Tonight, I want to tell you about an intelligence agency you have probably never heard of. It is older than MI6. It is older than the CIA by 381 years. It is older, in fact, than the United States itself by more than 2 centuries. It was founded in 1566 by a former inquisitor named Antonio Ghislieri. He had taken the name Pope Pius V, and he had decided quietly, in a sealed room in the Vatican, that the Catholic Church was going to need something new. Something that did not yet exist anywhere in Europe. A permanent, professional, continuously operating intelligence service. He called it the Holy Alliance, Santa Alianza. 4 centuries later, it would be renamed. Renamed quietly, the way old institutions rename things, without anyone outside the building noticing. L'Entità, the entity. And the most remarkable thing about this 460-year-old organization is that the Vatican has never officially acknowledged its existence. Tonight, we are going to examine 14 operations conducted by the entity through the rise and fall of every great power in the modern world. From popes who plotted to kill monarchs, to highly efficient, trained assassins, to true stories of imprisonment and torture. This is the entire history of the Vatican's secret spy service. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. Consider following, and let the next story find you when you're ready. As we begin tonight, let us know where in the world you are listening from, and what time it is there. Settle in, find a comfortable seat, put your phone out of reach to remove any distractions, and let's begin. London, June 18th, 1982, 7:30 in the morning. The city is just waking up. The Thames is at low tide. The light has that particular quality that London light has on a midsummer morning before the sun has fully cleared the bridges. Silver and grey, and a little too sharp, as if everything you see has been cut from the world rather than illuminated within it. A postal clerk is walking across Blackfriars Bridge. He is on his way to work. He is, like most people on a Friday morning, thinking about the weekend. He is not, in any meaningful sense, paying attention to his surroundings. But then he glances over the parapet, and he sees something he cannot, at first, understand. Below him, suspended from the orange scaffolding, under the eastern arch of the bridge, is the body of a man. He is hanging by the neck. His feet are in the water. The tide is low, but rising, and his suit is soaked from the shins down. His face is turned toward the river. His eyes are open. The postal clerk stops walking. When the police arrive, and it does not take them long, because Blackfriars Bridge is in the middle of the City of London, the financial heart of one of the wealthiest cities on earth, they cut the body down. They search the pockets, and what they find is the kind of inventory that does not belong to anyone living a normal life. 5 bricks, 11.5 pounds of brick in 3 different pockets, weighing the body down so that the river would eventually take it. $14,000 in cash, in 3 currencies: Italian lira, Swiss francs, pound sterling. A forged passport issued in the name Gianroberto Calvini. The name on the passport is not quite right, because the man hanging from the scaffolding is not Gianroberto Calvini. He is Roberto Calvi, 62 years old, Italian. Until 8 days ago, he was the chairman of one of the most powerful banks in Europe, Banco Ambrosiano, Milan. And across the financial press of the continent, since at least the late 1970s, he had been known by a single nickname, Il Banchiere di Dio, God's banker. His bank had collapsed 11 days earlier, with $1,300,000,000 missing, the largest banking failure in Italian history at the time. And the bank's biggest shareholder, the institution that had signed letters of patronage guaranteeing more than $1 billion of loans to shell companies that turned out not to exist, was not, as you might expect, a Swiss conglomerate or a German industrial group. It was the Vatican Bank, officially the Istituto per le Opere di Religione, the Institute for the Works of Religion, run at the time by an American archbishop named Paul Marcinkus, born in Cicero, Illinois, the town that had once been Al Capone's. 6'4", the Pope's former personal bodyguard. The London inquest first ruled suicide. A second inquest, 4 years later, ruled open. In 2002, an Italian forensic team, using three-dimensional digital reconstruction, concluded definitively that Roberto Calvi could not have hanged himself. There was no rust on his hands. There were no scaffolding fibers on his shoes. He would have had to climb the underside of the bridge in a business suit while carrying 11 pounds of brick in his pockets, a feat that the forensic report noted dryly would have been difficult for a man half his age. He had been murdered. In 2007, a Rome trial of 5 suspects, including a man known in the press as the Mafia treasurer, ended in acquittal of all 5. The murder of God's banker remains officially unsolved. Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, the head of the Vatican Bank that had lost $1 billion through Calvi's institution, was indicted by Italian magistrates in 1987. He was never extradited. He lived inside Vatican City for the rest of his career, and then he retired to Sun City, Arizona, where he died peacefully in February of 2006. Now, I have shown you a body. I have shown you a bridge. I have given you most of the names. And in due course, probably about an hour into tonight's story, depending on how quickly you fall asleep, I will tell you the rest of what happened. I will tell you about the P2 Lodge. I will tell you about the 962 members. I will tell you about the future Italian Prime Minister whose name appeared on the list. I will tell you about the man in Cicero who never stood trial. But that body on the bridge is the end of the story, not the beginning. This story begins 416 years earlier, in a sealed room in the Vatican. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, tap the follow button to join our circle of dreamers and let the next story find you when you need it most. Rome, the winter of 1566. A man is sitting in a small private apartment in the Vatican Palace. He is 62 years old. He is thin. He has a long white beard that he has not trimmed in some time, and the kind of pale, papery skin that comes from a life spent indoors in the company of paper. He is, by every account from the people who knew him, austere, spare in his eating, sparer in his pleasures, famously incapable of small talk. His name is Antonio Michele Ghislieri. 5 months ago, he was elected Pope. He has taken the name Pius V. Before he was Pope, he was the Grand Inquisitor of the Roman Inquisition. Before that, he was the Inquisitor of Como. Before that, the Inquisitor of Bergamo. The papal election that elevated him in January 1566 was, in a sense, the Catholic Church looking around at the rubble of the previous half-century and deciding, collectively and somewhat reluctantly, that what it needed at the helm was the most uncompromising heresy hunter in Europe. Pius V is, for his entire papacy, going to do exactly what was expected of him. He is going to enforce the decrees of the Council of Trent. He is going to clean up the corruption of the Borgia and Medici Vatican. He is going to publish a catechism. He is going to revise the Roman Missal, the version used at every Catholic Mass for the next 400 years. But that is not what we are here for. What we are here for is a meeting that took place in his private apartments in the autumn of 1566. We do not know the exact date. We do not have a transcript. The Vatican has, as is its custom, never confirmed the meeting happened. But we know from the institutional structures that began to appear immediately afterward, from the financial records of the era, from the existence of a man named Marcantonio Maffei suddenly being given a job that had not existed before, that the meeting did happen. In that meeting, Pius V founded the Holy Alliance. Now, I want to pause here, because the founding of the Holy Alliance is one of those events whose significance is almost impossible to grasp from inside the present. It is too quiet. It is too administrative. It does not have the visual power of a signed treaty, or a beheaded queen, or a fleet on fire in a strait. It is one pope in one room deciding to give one cardinal an annual budget and a small staff and a quiet mandate. But here is what makes it the most significant administrative decision of the 16th century. Before this meeting, there was no such thing as a permanent, professional, continuously operating intelligence service anywhere in Europe. There were spies, of course. There had been spies for as long as there had been kings. But spies were usually assets, people you cultivated, sometimes turned, often disposed of when their usefulness ended. A monarch had spies the way a monarch had hunting dogs. They were tools. They were not an institution. What Pius V created was an institution. He created a permanent budget line. He created a chain of command. He created a doctrine of operations, cum cruce et gladio, with cross and sword. He created codes. He created safe houses, recruited from the existing infrastructure of monasteries and seminaries across Europe. He created courier networks, recruited from the existing infrastructure of pilgrim travel. And, most importantly, he created the concept that the spy service would outlive him, that it would pass intact from one papacy to the next, that its files would be preserved, that its operatives would be paid by the institution rather than by the man. He invented, in other words, the modern intelligence agency. 343 years before MI5 was founded in 1909, 381 years before the CIA, 388 years before the KGB. And he did it because the Vatican was, in 1566, in the worst strategic position it had occupied since the fall of Rome. Half of Europe had gone Protestant. Germany was lost. Switzerland was lost. The Netherlands was about to be lost. England, under Elizabeth, was lost in a particularly humiliating way, because Elizabeth was the daughter of the marriage that had broken the Catholic Church in two in the first place. The Council of Trent had stopped the bleeding, but it had not reversed it. And the Vatican was beginning to understand, the way an aging empire begins to understand, that its old methods, papal bulls, excommunications, threats of damnation, no longer worked on people who had stopped believing the Pope was the gatekeeper to heaven. What did still work was information. Pius V appointed a man named Marcantonio Maffei as the first director of the Holy Alliance. Maffei was a cardinal from Volterra, 45 years old, quiet, the kind of man who had risen through the Curia not by brilliance, but by reliability, a quality that Pius V valued considerably more than brilliance. Maffei was given an office, a budget, a staff of fewer than a dozen at first, and a single founding mandate: gather intelligence inside the court of Queen Elizabeth I of England, and, when sufficient intelligence had been gathered, orchestrate her overthrow in favor of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots. That is the founding mandate, written down in nothing that has survived but reconstructible from everything that the Holy Alliance did in its first 20 years. It was not a defensive intelligence service. It was an offensive one from its first day. Now, before we go further, I want to pause for a small story, because if I do not tell it now, I will never get a clean place to tell it. 65 years before Pius V founded the Holy Alliance, there was already a Vatican spy network. It just didn't have a charter. It belonged to a man. The man was Cesare Borgia. His father was Pope Alexander VI, Rodrigo Borgia, the Spaniard who had bought the papacy in 1492 and used it for the next 11 years primarily as an instrument for advancing the family business. Cesare was the second son, and he was, as a young man, perhaps the most brilliantly cynical political operator the Italian Renaissance produced. He understood, decades before any of his contemporaries, that information was a weapon. He built a private intelligence apparatus that ran across all of Renaissance Italy. He had informants in every court. He had assassins on retainer. He had a signature poison, cantarella, a sweet-tasting white powder, almost certainly an arsenic compound, that the Borgia produced through a process so gruesome I will spare you most of the details. It involved a slaughtered pig. It involved the leftover fluid. It involved drying. Between October 1502 and January 1503, a Florentine envoy was attached to Cesare's court. He sent dispatches home to Florence. He also, more importantly, took notes for himself. The envoy's name was Niccolo Machiavelli. Those notes became the spine of a small book he wrote a few years later. It was called The Prince. And the central character, the prototype of the calculating, ruthless, intelligence-driven ruler that Machiavelli held up as the model was Cesare Borgia. In December of 1502, Cesare invited his rival mercenary captains to a peace conference in the small Adriatic town of Senigallia. Machiavelli was there. He watched what happened next. The captains arrived under guarantee of safe conduct. They were welcomed with food and embraces. And then, once they were inside Cesare's compound, separated from their men, they were strangled. All of them, in an evening. Machiavelli, who had a complicated and not entirely disapproving relationship with what he had just witnessed, wrote a separate small treatise about the operation. He called it Description of the Method used by Duke Valentino in killing Vitellozzo Vitelli. It is the first time in modern Western literature that a political assassination is described as an operation rather than a crime. Cesare's father died 8 months later, possibly from poisoned wine that had been intended, the rumor went, for a cardinal. Alexander VI was hosting a dinner. Cesare drank the same wine. The legend says he survived by being sewn inside the still warm carcass of a freshly slaughtered mule to draw the toxins out through the heat. The story is almost certainly an embellishment. But the fact that Renaissance Italy invented the embellishment tells you everything you need to know about how the Borgia were perceived. They were not men. They were a small, armed institution with the resources of a state and the discipline of a syndicate. But here is the point. When Pope Alexander VI died, the Borgia intelligence network died with him. Cesare lost everything within 3 years. The system that had been built around one man's brilliance evaporated when that man could no longer keep it together. By 1507, he was dead in Spain, killed in an obscure skirmish, and his entire network, informants, assassins, poisoners, fortified castles, had been quietly absorbed by his enemies. That is what an intelligence service tied to one man looks like. 63 years later, Pius V looked at what the Borgia had built and what they had lost, because the Vatican kept careful records of the Borgia, even though it pretended not to, and he made a different decision. He decided that the Vatican would have its own intelligence service, but it would not belong to a man. It would belong to the institution. It would survive popes. It would survive cardinals. It would survive every individual who passed through its rooms. It would think in centuries. And so, in late 1566, in a small private apartment in the Vatican Palace, Antonio Michele Ghislieri, Pope Pius V, signed something into existence that, 460 years later, has outlived every empire that ever tried to destroy it, and which the Vatican, to this day, has never officially confirmed exists. 5 years after that meeting, the Holy Alliance would face its first real test, and the fate of Christian Europe would depend on what a hooded courier from Constantinople delivered to the Vatican before sunrise, with a single piece of intelligence about a fleet of black-painted ships. In the autumn of 1571, the Mediterranean was the contested edge of the world. For most of the 16th century, the Ottoman Empire, under Suleiman the Magnificent and his successors, had been pushing west. They had taken Belgrade in 1521. They had taken Rhodes in 1522. They had besieged Vienna in 1529. They had taken Cyprus in 1570, and the news of what they had done at Cyprus, particularly to the Venetian commander Marco Antonio Bragadin, who had been flayed alive and whose skin had been stuffed with straw and paraded through Constantinople, had reached Rome that winter. It had reached Pius V's desk. Pius V did what he did best when faced with a strategic problem of this magnitude. He read the intelligence reports. He prayed about them at length. And then he did something that nobody, including most of his cardinals, believed could be done. He assembled a coalition. For the first time in 60 years, Spain agreed to fight alongside Venice. Venice agreed to fight alongside Genoa. Genoa agreed to fight alongside the Knights Hospitaller and the Papal States and the Duchy of Savoy and the Habsburgs of Naples. The coalition was called the Holy League. It was held together, and let me be precise here, because it is one of the most underappreciated diplomatic feats of the entire early modern period. It was held together by the personal authority of the Pope and the operational work of his 5-year-old intelligence service. The Holy Alliance ran the negotiations. The Holy Alliance moved the funds. The Holy Alliance, and this is the part that nobody outside the Vatican knew at the time, fed the League real-time intelligence on Ottoman fleet positions, troop levels, supply lines, and command structure, while simultaneously, through a separate operation, feeding the Ottoman commanders false intelligence about where the Christian fleet was assembling. The League put roughly 206 galleys to sea. The Ottomans had roughly 278. By every conventional measure, the Ottomans had the superior force. They also had a secret weapon. They had spy ships. Specifically, they had a small reconnaissance fleet that they had painted entirely black. Hulls, sails, oars, lanterns, everything, so that the ships could approach a target through nighttime water without being seen. They were, in effect, a 16th century stealth fleet. 350 years before, the word stealth would have meant anything to a naval strategist. The black ships ran reconnaissance for weeks before the battle. They moved silently along the coasts. They counted galleys. They estimated rowing speeds. They measured the depth of harbors. And then they sailed back to the Ottoman command and made their report. Their report was wrong. It was wrong in the specific way that intelligence reports become wrong when the agency producing them is convinced of the answer before it asks the question. The black ship reconnaissance crews, told by their commanders that the Christian fleet was a fragile coalition that would scatter at the first sign of resistance, looked at the assembled galleys at Messina and saw exactly that. They reported that the League fleet was poorly supplied, poorly led, poorly motivated. They reported that Don Juan of Austria, the 24-year-old illegitimate half-brother of Philip II of Spain, given supreme command of the League because no other commander was acceptable to all the parties involved, was an inexperienced child who would be panicked into early withdrawal at the first cannon volley. Every one of those reports was wrong, but, and this is the part of the Lepanto story that historians of intelligence find genuinely interesting, the reason every report was wrong was that the Holy Alliance had been feeding the Ottomans the things they wanted to hear. Through a network of double agents, through controlled leaks, through Venetian merchants who had been turned, through Greek sailors in Ottoman ports who were carrying bad numbers home in their heads, The League had not just gathered intelligence, they had shaped what the other side believed about them. On October 7th, 1571, the two fleets met in the Gulf of Patras, off the small port of Lepanto, on the western coast of Greece. The battle lasted approximately 5 hours. When it was over, the Ottoman fleet had ceased to exist. 210 of their galleys were captured, sunk, or destroyed. Approximately 30,000 Ottoman sailors and soldiers were dead or captured. The Christian fleet lost about 50 galleys and 7,500 men. And, in a single piece of human accounting that I have always thought is the most remarkable figure to come out of Lepanto, approximately 12,000 Christian galley slaves, men chained to the rowing benches of Ottoman ships and forced to row them into battle, were liberated. Their chains were cut. They were given clothes. They were given passage home. Most of them had been chained to those benches for years, some of them for decades. In Rome, on the evening of October 7th, long before any messenger could possibly have reached the Vatican with news of the battle, Pope Pius V abruptly stood up in the middle of a meeting with his treasurers, walked to the window, and said, according to multiple witnesses, that the Holy League had won, that God had given the victory, that a great calamity had been averted. The treasurers, presumably exchanging glances, said nothing. The official messenger from Don Juan reached Rome 2 weeks later by ship and then by horse and confirmed every detail. Pius V is today, in certain Catholic histories, credited with a vision of the battle, a miraculous knowledge transmitted to him directly by God in the moment of the victory. I am not going to tell you what to believe about that, but I will tell you what I think. I think the Holy Alliance had a courier system. I think that courier system included carrier pigeons. I think the news reached Rome on the evening of October 7th. Not because Pius V was supernaturally informed, but because the Vatican had quietly built a communications network that could move a single sentence of confirmed news across 2,000 miles of contested water faster than any government in Europe believed was possible. You might disagree. That is the right of any listener to a story this old. But I think the most interesting thing about Lepanto isn't who won. It isn't even how decisively they won. It is that the side with the stealth ships lost. The side that had invested in invisibility lost to the side that had invested in the slower, quieter, less glamorous work of shaping what the other side believed. There is a lesson buried in there about the limits of stealth as a strategic concept. I am not going to extract it for you, but it is there. Now, I am going to ask you to do something difficult. I am going to ask you to hold the image of those black-painted Ottoman ships in your head, and then I am going to ask you to leap with me across 368 years, from the Gulf of Patras in 1571 to a winter morning in Bavaria in 1939. Because the same intelligence agency that fed the Holy League at Lepanto its battle plan, that quietly built the communications network that beat Ottoman stealth with information, was, in the winter of 1939, in the early months of the Second World War, about to attempt something even more audacious. It was going to try to kill Adolf Hitler. Let me set the scene. It is November 1939. The war is 2 months old. Poland has fallen in less than a month, overrun in a campaign so swift and so brutal that the world is still trying to understand what it has just seen. Hitler is, depending on which advisor you talk to, in which capital that month, either the most brilliant strategist of the 20th century or the most dangerous madman of any century. The British and French are at war with Germany, but they are not yet fighting. Most of the regular German army is sitting in winter quarters along the western frontier, waiting for orders. France is, depending on who you ask, either preparing the most effective defensive system ever constructed, or sitting behind a concrete wall, waiting to be flanked. In Rome, Pope Pius XII has been in office for 7 months. His name was Eugenio Pacelli. He was 63 years old. He was tall, over 6 feet, which was unusual for his generation. He was thin, even gaunt. He had a long, narrow face and round, wire-rimmed glasses, and the kind of deep, almost professorial manner that he had developed over 30 years of diplomatic service in the German-speaking world. Because that is the most important fact about Pius XII that nearly everybody forgets. He was a German hand. He had spent 12 years as the apostolic nuncio to Bavaria and then to Berlin from 1917 to 1929. He spoke German fluently. He read German philosophy in the original. He had personal acquaintances inside the Wehrmacht and the Foreign Ministry and the German Bishops' Conference that no other pope of the modern era had possessed. When Pacelli looked at Hitler, he was not looking at a foreign abstraction. He was looking at a man whose country he had lived in for 12 years, whose army he understood, whose government he had personal contacts inside of. For most of the 80 years since his death, Pius XII has been pilloried by historians for what is usually called his silence on the Holocaust. He did not publicly denounce Hitler. He did not, with any of the moral force the office could have brought, condemn the systematic murder of European Jewry until it was militarily too late to matter. The Pope's silence is one of the great moral failures of the 20th century, and it is, in its narrowest, most specific form, true. He was publicly silent. But what nobody understood until 2015 was what he was doing privately. In 2015, an American journalist named Mark Riebling published a book called Church of Spies, The Pope's Secret War Against Hitler. It was based on 5 years of research in the Vatican archives, the OSS files at the National Archives in Washington, the British National Archives at Kew, and the surviving German Abwehr records. And what Riebling documented, with sources cross-referenced down to the postal cancellation marks on individual letters, was that the Pope's silence was strategic cover for his direct, hands-on participation in 3 separate plots to overthrow Adolf Hitler. Let me say that again, because if you have not encountered this story before, and most people have not, it bears repeating. Pope Pius XII personally participated in 3 separate plots to assassinate or depose Adolf Hitler. The first plot began in the winter of 1939 to 1940. The conspirators were senior officers of the Wehrmacht and the Abwehr, German military intelligence. The Abwehr was run at this point by Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, a small, soft-spoken career intelligence officer who had decided sometime in the late 1930s that Hitler was going to destroy Germany and that it was the duty of the German military to remove him. Canaris's deputy was Colonel Hans Oster. They were joined by General Ludwig Beck, the former chief of the German General Staff, who had resigned in 1938 in protest at Hitler's Czechoslovakian policy, and by General Franz Halder, the current chief of staff, and by a Bavarian Catholic lawyer and Abwehr reserve officer named Josef Müller, a man whom history would mostly forget, but who was, in the winter of 1939, the most important courier in Europe. Müller's job was to carry messages from the German conspirators to the Pope, and from the Pope to the British government. The Pope's job was to vouch for the conspirators. That is the part that nobody appreciates about the Hitler plot. The conspirators were not asking the Pope to send them money. They were not asking him to send them weapons. They were asking him to do the one thing only the Pope could do. They were asking him to certify to the British government that they were real, that they were senior, that they were prepared to act, and that if Britain accepted negotiated peace terms, the German military would arrest Hitler and overthrow the regime within hours. Müller would arrive in Rome by train from Munich, traveling on Abwehr orders with a cover story about routine intelligence consultations. He would meet with a German Jesuit priest named Father Robert Lieber. Lieber was the Pope's private secretary. He had been with Pacelli since the 1920s. He was, in effect, the Pope's intelligence cutout. Müller would brief Lieber. Lieber would brief the Pope in his private apartments, late at night, after the formal audiences of the day were over, and then the Pope would meet, in the same apartments, with Sir Darcy Osborne, the British minister to the Holy See. Osborne lived inside Vatican City throughout the war, in apartment 3A of the Hospice of Santa Marta, the same building where the conclaves are now housed. He would carry the Pope's verbal endorsement of the German conspirators back to London. This is, I want to underline, an extraordinary thing for a Pope to be doing. It is treason against a head of state. It is a violation of every diplomatic convention then in force. It is, if discovered by the Gestapo, a death sentence, not just for Müller and Canaris and the conspirators, but very probably for the Pope himself. Pius XII did it anyway. In early 1940, the conspirators produced a document. It was called the X Report. It is one of the most extraordinary diplomatic instruments of the 20th century, and one of the least famous. It was a written summary of the conspirators' offer. If Britain agreed to honorable peace terms, restoration of Polish independence, withdrawal of German forces from occupied territory, the end of the Nazi regime, the German military would oust Hitler. The X-Report was carried by Müller to Leiber. Leiber gave it to the Pope. The Pope handed it personally to Darcy Osborne. Osborne sent it to London by diplomatic courier. The British found it credible. They took it seriously. Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, raised it with Chamberlain. Chamberlain raised it with the cabinet. And then, on May 10th, 1940, Hitler invaded the Low Countries. France fell 6 weeks later. The German conspirators, watching their generalissimo conquer the European continent in less time than it had taken him to plan the campaign, lost the will to act. The X-report became, overnight, a piece of paper that meant nothing. But the operation continued. Because here is what Pius XII did that nobody has ever entirely understood in the moral sense. On May 3rd and 4th, 1940, 6 days before the German invasion of the Low Countries, Müller arrived in Rome with a piece of intelligence so specific and so recent that it could only have come directly from the Wehrmacht's operational planning. He told Lieber that the German army would invade Belgium and the Netherlands on May 10th. Lieber told the Pope. The Pope summoned the Belgian and Dutch ambassadors to the Holy See and warned them. This is, by any definition, intelligence treason against the Reich by a head of state, conducted in the Pope's private apartments in the middle of the night, 6 days before the operation. The leak was real. The Wehrmacht traced it. The Gestapo investigated. Canaris, who was in charge of the investigation, was forced to investigate himself. He declared the leak source unidentifiable. It is the only time in the modern history of the papacy that a pope has personally betrayed military intelligence to an enemy power, which is what he was by the lights of the German government in May of 1940. An enemy power. He did it anyway. Now, there is a second piece of the Hitler plot story that I want to tell you, because it is one of those facts that, when you encounter it for the first time, you simply do not believe. Pius XII, according to Riebling's research, was secretly recording his meetings with Nazi officials. Let me explain. Sometime in the late 1930s, Pacelli, who, before he became Pope, had served as Vatican Secretary of State, had become friends with Guglielmo Marconi. Yes, that Marconi, the inventor of the radio, the Italian physicist who, in 1895, had demonstrated wireless transmission for the first time and who, by the 1930s, was a senator in fascist Italy and an internationally celebrated figure. Marconi served, in his last years before his death in 1937, as Pacelli's personal communications consultant. The Vatican's radio system, the system that would eventually become Vatican Radio, was largely built under his guidance. According to Riebling, Marconi installed, with Pacelli's authorization, a hidden audio recording system in the papal apartments before his death, specifically in the formal audience rooms where the Pope received foreign officials. Which means when Joachim von Ribbentrop, Hitler's foreign minister, came to the Vatican on March 11th, 1940, to bully the Pope into a more accommodating posture toward the Reich, that conversation was, almost certainly, being recorded. Ribbentrop had come to Rome, the records suggest, expecting a quiet diplomatic encounter with a frightened old man. What he got was Eugenio Pacelli, in the Pope's own personal apartments, reciting a list of Nazi atrocities against Catholic clergy in occupied Poland. From memory, in German. Ribbentrop, by every account, lost his temper. He shouted. He banged the table. He threatened the Pope with consequences. The Pope, by every account, did not move. He looked, the witnesses said, as if he were politely listening to a weather report. Ribbentrop left Rome the next morning in a cold rage. The Pope went back to his desk and resumed work on the next edition of the X report. Now, I want to pause on something, because this is one of those moments in the story where I think there is a genuine question worth sitting with, and I want to give it the space it deserves. Half of Pius XII's advisors in the spring of 1940 were urging him to do exactly what historians would later condemn him for not doing. They were urging him to publicly denounce Hitler, to stand at the loggia of St. Peter's and read aloud, by name, the list of Nazi atrocities against Catholic priests in Poland, to use the moral authority of the office, which is considerable, to break the silence that the world's other major institutions were observing. The other half were urging him to keep his mouth shut, because public denunciation in the spring of 1940 would mean German tanks at the Vatican gates within weeks. Mussolini was already openly considering invading the Vatican. A papal denunciation would have given him the political cover to do it. And the moment German troops were inside Vatican City, every covert operation already in motion would have ended. The X-Report network would have been rolled up. Mueller would have been arrested and probably executed. Father Hugh O'Flaherty's underground escape network, which we will talk about in a moment, would have been exposed before it had saved anyone. Every Polish Jew the Vatican was secretly hiding in monasteries across Italy would have been deported to the camps. Both sides had logic. Both sides were arguing in good faith. History has only really remembered one half of the argument. Pause on this for a moment, because I want you to sit with it. You are a pope. You know, through your couriers, through your German contacts, through your hidden recordings of conversations with Hitler's foreign minister, that German generals are about to attempt, with your personal endorsement, to assassinate Adolf Hitler. If you say one wrong word in a public address, the Gestapo arrives at the Vatican gates within an hour. You have moral cover for outrage. You have tactical cover for silence. Which one do you choose? Pius XII chose silence. The X-Report failed. France fell. The German conspirators lost their nerve. 3 years later, when a new generation of conspirators tried again, with a cognac bottle filled with British plastic explosive smuggled aboard Hitler's plane on March 13, 1943. The detonator froze in the unheated cargo hold, and the bomb did not go off. A year and a half after that, a Wehrmacht colonel named Klaus von Stauffenberg carried a briefcase bomb into Hitler's daily operations meeting at the Wolf's Lair on July 20th, 1944. The briefcase was, at the last moment, moved by an aide to the far side of a heavy oak conference table. Stauffenberg was executed at midnight. So were most of the conspirators connected to the July 20th plot. Wilhelm Canaris was hanged at Flossenburg concentration camp on April 9th, 1945, 2 weeks before the camp was liberated by the Americans. Hans Oster was hanged the same morning. Josef Müller, the Bavarian lawyer who had carried the Pope's messages back and forth for 5 years, was tortured by the Gestapo sent to Buchenwald, and then to Dachau, and survived. He lived until 1979. After the war, he co-founded the Christian Social Union, the Bavarian sister party of Konrad Adenauer's CDU. He served, briefly, as Bavarian Deputy Minister-President. He never wrote about what he had carried. He never gave interviews about it. The only people who learned the full story of what he had done were the historians, decades later, who found the cables. One last thing about the Hitler plot, before we move on, because I want this image in your head before we leave the chapter. This has all happened before, in a way. In 1571, the Holy Alliance funded a coalition that broke the Ottoman fleet at Lepanto. They did it not with their own ships. The Vatican has not had a navy since the fall of the Papal States, but with money, with information, and with the personal authority of the Pope, vouching to other heads of state for things he knew to be true that they did not yet know to be true. The Hitler plot is the same operation, 368 years later. Different weapons, same machine. Now, 2 months after the X-report was delivered to London, while the Pope was working, his couriers and his foreign ministers and his hidden recording systems in the heart of Vatican City, on the streets just outside the Vatican walls, another priest was running an entirely different kind of operation. And here is where the story becomes, in a way that I want to handle carefully, uncomfortable. His name was Hugh O'Flaherty. He was a priest. He was Irish. He was 45 years old in the autumn of 1943. He was 6'2", which is a remarkable height for any man of his generation, and a frankly absurd height for a priest from County Kerry. He was, in his other life, the Irish national amateur golf champion. And he was, in his Vatican life, a senior officer of the Holy Office, the congregation that had been the Inquisition before it became something gentler, and which, under the pressures of the Second World War, was about to become something else entirely. O'Flaherty's office was in the Pontifical Teutonic College, which sits inside Vatican City itself, on the south side, overlooking the Roman cemetery. From his desk, he could see the gardens. He could see the dome of St. Peter's. He could see, on a clear morning, the hills of Lazio in the distance. He could also see, from the autumn of 1943 onward, German troops in the streets just outside the Vatican walls. On September 10th, 1943, the German army occupied Rome. They had been Italy's allies for 3 years. Now Italy had surrendered, the Italian government had switched sides, and the Wehrmacht, which had been quietly pre-positioning forces in Italy for months in anticipation of exactly this contingency, moved into the city overnight. By dawn, the SS was in residence at the Pensione Giacarino on Via Po. The Gestapo had set up in the Hotel Flora, and a 36-year-old SS Lieutenant Colonel named Herbert Kappler was the new chief of police of one of the oldest cities on earth. Kappler was efficient. He was Bavarian. He had been an electrician before he had been a Nazi. He spoke fluent Italian. He had a particular interest in the Jewish population of Rome, which, as he was already aware, included approximately 5,700 to 10,000 people, depending on whose census you consulted, most of them living in the Trastevere neighborhood, and the old ghetto on the east bank of the Tiber. On the morning of October 16th, 1943, Kepler's SS men arrested 1,259 Roman Jews in a single coordinated raid. 2 days later, they shipped 1,007 of them to Auschwitz. 16 of those people would survive the war. The rest were murdered. In the days after the raid, the surviving Jewish population of Rome, those who had been hidden by Christian neighbors, those who had been warned in time, those who had fled into the countryside, began trying to find a way to disappear before the next raid came. There was, in the autumn of 1943, exactly one neighborhood in Rome that the SS could not legally enter. It was a small wedge of land on the right bank of the Tiber, surrounded by a medieval wall, ruled by a foreign government that had concluded, with Mussolini in 1929, a treaty guaranteeing its diplomatic immunity. It was Vatican City, and inside Vatican City, in his office in the Pontifical Teutonic College, Hugh O'Flaherty had been quietly building, since the German invasion of Italy in 1943, what would eventually become known as the Rome Escape Line. It was the largest urban escape network of the Second World War. The cell structure was, by any standard intelligence service measure, magnificent. O'Flaherty's safe houses included monasteries across central Italy. They included convents, particularly the convents of strict cloistered orders, which the SS could not enter without provoking a diplomatic crisis. They included religious colleges. They included private apartments rented under false names. They included Vatican extraterritorial residences scattered through Rome, each carrying the diplomatic immunity of the Holy See. They included, eventually, the Pope's own summer residence at Castel Gandolfo, in the Alban Hills south of the city. His operatives were a collection of people who had no business being in the same room together. There was Sam Derry, a British major who had escaped from a German POW camp at Chieti and made his way to Rome, where he became O'Flaherty's military planner. There was Sir Darcy Osborne, yes, the same Darcy Osborne who had carried the X report to London for Pius XII 3 years earlier, who funneled British funds into the operation and lent the diplomatic protection of his apartment in Vatican City. There was Father Marie Benoit, a French Capuchin who forged baptismal certificates and identity papers on a scale that, to this day, nobody has been able to fully document. There was Sister Margarita Bernays. There was Mother Mary St. Luke. There were dozens of others, most of them anonymous to history: landladies, students, Italian railway workers, low-ranking Vatican clerks. By June of 1944, when the American Fifth Army entered Rome and the German occupation ended, this network had hidden approximately 6,500 people from the SS. Escaped Allied prisoners of war, mostly British, the largest single group. Italian anti-fascists, Jewish families, Roman Jews whose Christian neighbors had brought them in 2s and 3s to a particular door on a particular street where a particular Irish priest would not ask questions. Of Rome's Jewish population, roughly 80 to 90% survived the German occupation. That figure is not quite unique in occupied Europe, but it is in the rarefied top tier. And the largest single reason for it was the fact that there was a Vatican extraterritorial wedge of the city that the SS could not enter, and that there was a 6'2" Irish priest inside that wedge who had decided, somewhere along the line, that the obvious thing for a senior officer of the Holy Office to do, when faced with the systematic murder of his neighbors, was to go to work. Now, I want to give you the small details, because the small details are where this story lives. Castel Gandolfo, the Pope's summer residence, sheltered approximately 3,000 Jewish refugees during the German occupation. They lived in the outbuildings, in the Vatican Observatory, in the gardens. Pregnant women, many of whom had been hidden in the network for weeks before they reached Castel Gandolfo, and who had, in the chaos of the occupation, lost access to obstetric care, gave birth in the residence. Some of them, by every contemporary account I have been able to find, gave birth in the Pope's own private bedroom. The baby boys were, by mutual agreement of the parents, baptized Eugenio. The baby girls, Eugenia, after Eugenio Pacelli, the Pope. 40 babies were born at Castel Gandolfo during those months. Every one of them carried, for the rest of their lives, the name of the man who had quietly authorized the use of his summer house as a refugee shelter. In Rome, Kappler, the SS chief, knew exactly what O'Flaherty was doing. He could not prove it, because the network was disciplined and the witnesses were terrified. But he knew. And in the spring of 1944, he ordered his men to paint a literal white line across the entrance of St. Peter's Square. The line marked the boundary between Vatican territory and Italian territory. His standing orders were specific. If Hugh O'Flaherty crossed that line, the SS were to shoot him on sight. O'Flaherty crossed the line constantly. He crossed it dressed as a beggar. He crossed it dressed as a postman, carrying a sack of mail he had borrowed from a friend in the Italian postal service. He crossed it, on at least one well-documented occasion, dressed as a nun. He crossed it as a coal merchant, and he crossed it in the most baroque incident of his career, dressed as an SS officer, wearing a uniform that one of his network had stolen from a hotel laundry and altered overnight to fit him. The disguise worked, by his own later account, primarily because he was so visibly Irish and so visibly tall that no German soldier who looked at him could process the possibility that an SS officer would be that obvious about his nationality. He looked, the eyewitnesses said, like a parody of an SS officer. Therefore, in the strange logic of wartime Rome, he was clearly a real one. The SS attempted at least one snatch and grab on him. He escaped through Vatican corridors, disguised as a coal delivery man. He was, by the end of his career, one of the most wanted men in occupied Europe. The price on his head by April of 1944 was 30,000 lire, a substantial sum. He was never caught. When the war ended, Hugh O'Flaherty went back to his desk in the Holy Office. He resumed his ordinary duties. He did not write a memoir. He did not give interviews. He did not, when asked, talk about the war, except in the most general terms. But there is one more thing about O'Flaherty that I want to tell you, because it is one of the most remarkable pieces of human conduct I have encountered in any of the research for this video. And it speaks, I think, to something the entity has understood for a very long time about the difference between vengeance and forgiveness as instruments of power. Herbert Kappler, the SS chief, who had ordered the White Line painted at St. Peter's, who had arrested 1,259 Roman Jews and shipped them to Auschwitz, who had ordered the Ardeatine Cave massacre of 335 Italians on March 24th, 1944, in retaliation for a partisan attack, was captured by the Allies after the war. He was tried in an Italian military court. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was sent to a military prison in Gaeta, on the Tyrrhenian coast, south of Rome. For 30 years, Hugh O'Flaherty visited Herbert Kappler in prison. Once a month. Without fail, almost no one else came. Kappler was a war criminal of considerable notoriety. The Italian government did not encourage visits. His own family, with one exception, eventually stopped coming. O'Flaherty came every month. In 1959, Herbert Kappler was baptized into the Catholic Church by Hugh O'Flaherty. The two men spoke alone in the prison chapel. We do not have a transcript. We do not have a witness account. What was said between them, across the gulf, between the man who had ordered Roman Jews to Auschwitz and the man who had, 6 months later, hidden their children in monasteries, has never been recorded. But the baptism is in the parish records. It is signed by O'Flaherty. It is dated. And in 1977, when Kappler escaped from his Italian prison, smuggled out by his second wife in a suitcase, fled to West Germany, where the German government refused to extradite him on humanitarian grounds because he was dying of cancer, the only person in Italy who publicly defended his right to die at home was Hugh O'Flaherty's nephew, speaking on behalf of his uncle, who had by then also died. Now, I have given you one face of the Vatican during the Second World War. I owe you the other. 5 years after Father Hugh O'Flaherty was hiding Jewish refugees in monasteries across Rome, the same Vatican infrastructure, the same forged baptismal certificates, the same diplomatic immunities, the same network of monasteries and convents and Vatican extraterritorial properties was being used by a different set of priests to run a different operation. They were called the Rat Lines. The name comes from the rope ladders that sailors used to climb out of a sinking ship. It was applied in the years after 1945 to a network of escape routes that smuggled fugitive Nazi war criminals out of Europe and into South America. There were 2 principal pipelines. They ran in parallel. They sometimes shared infrastructure. They sometimes shared paperwork. They were operated by men who knew of each other and did not, particularly, like each other. The first pipeline was run by an Austrian bishop named Alois Hudal. He was the rector of the Pontificio Istituto Teutonico Santa Maria dell'Anima, a German-speaking Catholic college in Rome, 2 streets away from the Pantheon. He had been a Nazi sympathizer since the 1930s. He had written a book in 1937 called Die Grundlagen des Nationalsozialismus, the Foundations of National Socialism, that had attempted, with the kind of theological strain that takes a lifetime of training to produce, to reconcile Catholic doctrine with the German racial state. The book had been quietly suppressed by the Vatican, but never formally repudiated. After the war, Hudal turned his college into the principal European waypoint for fleeing Nazis. The second pipeline, larger, longer-lived, and significantly more sinister, was run by a Croatian Franciscan priest named Krunoslav Draganović. He had been, during the war, a functionary of the Ustaše regime in Croatia, the fascist government that had murdered between 300,000 and 500,000 Serbs, Jews, and Roma at the Jasenovac concentration camp. After 1945, Draganović relocated to Rome. He set up shop at the Pontifical College of San Girolamo degli Lirici on Via Tomacelli and began running an escape route from Austria through Rome to Argentina. Through these two pipelines escaped, and the names matter, because the abstraction of Nazi war criminals obscures what is actually being described. Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the final solution. Josef Mengele, the SS doctor who had performed medical experiments on twins and pregnant women at Auschwitz. Franz Stangl, the commandant of Treblinka. Gustav Wagner, the deputy commandant of Sobibor. Erich Priebke, who had supervised the Ardeatine massacre. Walter Rauff, the SS officer who had designed the gas vans that murdered an estimated 90,000 people in the early years of the final solution. Klaus Barbie, the Gestapo chief in Lyon, who had personally tortured the French resistance leader Jean Moulin to death and deported 44 Jewish children from a school in Izio. And Ante Pavelic, the dictator who had run Croatia during the war and supervised Jasenovac. These men, by the most reliable estimates of the historians who have spent careers reconstructing the routes, escaped through Vatican-linked pipelines at a rate of somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 fugitives between 1945 and 1955. In June of 1950, Adolf Eichmann arrived in Genoa. He had traveled overland from a hideout in Austria with a Red Cross humanitarian passport in the name Riccardo Clement. The passport had been issued partly on the strength of an identity letter written for him by Bishop Alois Hudal. He boarded the Italian liner Giovanna C. on June 17th. He arrived in Buenos Aires on July 14th. He lived openly in Argentina for the next 10 years, under his alias, working in a Mercedes-Benz factory. Until Mossad agents kidnapped him from a suburban street on the evening of May 11th, 1960, smuggled him out of the country and put him on trial in Jerusalem, where he was convicted in December of 1961 of crimes against the Jewish people, where he was hanged in May of 1962, where his body was cremated and his ashes scattered at sea outside Israeli territorial waters, so that no part of him would ever rest in soil claimed by any state. Mengele had used the same pipeline a year earlier. He had arrived in Buenos Aires in the summer of 1949 aboard a ship called the North King, under the alias Helmut Gregor. He lived in Argentina, then in Paraguay, then in Brazil. He died in 1979, drowning at a beach near Sao Paulo. He was never captured. He was never tried. The man who had stood on the train platform at Auschwitz and selected which Jews would live and which would die had a quiet retirement on the Brazilian coast. Klaus Barbie escaped through a slightly more complicated route, because by the time the United States needed Barbie out of Europe in 1951, when the French government finally formally requested his extradition for war crimes, The Americans had been protecting him for several years as an anti-communist intelligence asset. Barbie had been on the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps' payroll in Germany since 1947, providing reports on French communists. When Paris demanded him, the CIC handed him to Father Draganovich in Rome. Draganovich issued him a Vatican-laundered Red Cross passport in the name Klaus Altmann. Put him on a ship to Bolivia, where he lived comfortably for the next 32 years, working occasionally as a security consultant to the Bolivian dictator Hugo Banzer, before he was finally extradited to France in 1983 and tried for crimes against humanity. The United States government formally apologized to France in 1983 in a Department of Justice report by Alan A. Ryan for having paid a Vatican priest to smuggle the butcher of Lyon out of Europe. Read that sentence again, if you would, because it is exactly the kind of sentence that, if you read it in a novel, you would put the novel down and say to yourself, "This is too much." The CIA paid a Vatican priest to smuggle Klaus Barbie out of Europe. And then, 30 years later, the United States government issued a formal apology for having done so. Now, I want to be very precise about something, because the moral architecture of this chapter matters more than the moral architecture of any other chapter in tonight's story. There is no evidence, and I mean no documentary evidence, in the Vatican archives that have been opened, in the Red Cross archives, in the US archives, in the Argentine and Brazilian archives, that Pope Pius XII personally authorized the ratlines. There is no smoking memo. There is no signed instruction. Bishop Hudal acted on his own anti-communist convictions. Father Draganovich acted on his own Croatian nationalist ones. The Pope's silence on the ratlines in the years after the war was either active permission, passive negligence, or deliberate ignorance. And the historical jury, even after the opening of the Pius XII archives in March of 2020, is still out. What is clear, and this is the observation I want to leave you with as we move out of this chapter, is that the same Vatican that hid 6,500 people from the SS in 1943 was the Vatican that helped Adolf Eichmann walk out of Europe in 1950. Same building, same priests in some cases, same forged paperwork, same diplomatic immunities, same pope. The question isn't whether the Vatican was good or evil during this decade. The question is whether you would have acted differently if you ran an institution that had just hidden 6,500 people from the SS, and 3 years later your strongest geopolitical opposition shifted from Nazis to Soviets. Would your moral clarity have held? Would your priests, scattered across Europe in monasteries and colleges and convents, have continued to ask carefully and, case by case, who deserved a forged baptismal certificate and who did not? I do not know the answer to that question. I am not sure anyone does. What I do know is that institutions, the older they get, the bigger they get, the more entrenched their machinery becomes. Institutions do not have moralities. They have priorities, and when the priority shifts, the same machinery that did the moral thing one year will, with a different input, do the immoral thing the next. That is the deepest observation, I think, of the entire Vatican Second World War story. It is not that there were two Vaticans. It is that there was one Vatican with one set of operational tools responding to two different geopolitical inputs. Now, before we continue forward into the Cold War, into the Cuban Missile Crisis, into Solidarity Poland, into a man named Roberto Calvi, and a bridge in London at 7:30 on a Friday morning, I owe you one more story from the 16th century. Because the playbook, the entity used to break the Hitler plot, to run the Pimpernel, to even arrange the rat lines, was first written in 1586 by a man with a list of beer barrels and a queen who was about to lose her head. Let me take you back to 1570. A young woman is sitting at a desk in a manor house in the English Midlands. She is 28 years old. She is a queen. She has been a queen at one point or another of 3 separate countries: Scotland, France, and an island in the Hebrides whose name nobody outside Scotland would recognize. She is, at the moment, technically a guest of her cousin. In practice, a prisoner. Her name is Mary Stuart. Mary, Queen of Scots. 2,000 miles south in Rome, a pope is signing a document. The pope, of course, is Pius V, 4 years into his papacy, 4 years into the Holy Alliance. The document is a papal bull called Regnans in Excelsis, reigning on high. It is the most consequential papal bull issued in the second half of the 16th century, and it does, in essence, 3 things. It declares Queen Elizabeth, the first of England, a heretic. It excommunicates her, formally cuts her off from the Catholic Church. And it does something so explosive that for the next 80 years, English politics will be reorganized around the question of how to respond to it. It releases all of Elizabeth's Catholic subjects from any oath of allegiance to her. In effect, the Pope made it a religious duty for English Catholics to overthrow their own queen, by any means necessary, including murder. Now, I want you to hold what that meant in the geopolitical context of 1570, because it is sometimes hard to grasp from inside the present. England in 1570 was a small, second-tier European power. It had a navy, but not a particularly impressive one. It had an army, but not one anyone in Madrid or Paris took seriously. It was, by every measure of the era, a country that nobody expected to amount to much. Spain was the dominant power. France was the cultural one. The Holy Roman Empire still mattered. The Ottomans were the existential threat in the south. England's queen was a 36-year-old woman who had inherited the throne from her sister and was not, by the conventional wisdom, going to last very long. The papal bull was, in 1570, considered an entirely reasonable instrument of policy. The Pope had decided that this small heretical island needed a Catholic monarch. Mary, Queen of Scots, was the obvious candidate. She had the bloodline. She was the next in line by every legitimate Tudor claim. And she was, conveniently, already on English soil, having fled Scotland in 1568 after her own court had collapsed. For the next 16 years, the Holy Alliance ran a series of operations with varying degrees of Spanish coordination designed to put Mary Stuart on the English throne. There were 3 of these operations, and each one is worth knowing about, because together they form the early operational template that the entity would use. with refinements for the next 400 years. The first was the Ridolfi plot of 1571. Roberto di Ridolfi was a Florentine banker who lived in London. He was, on paper, a respectable moneylender to English aristocrats. In practice, he was a Vatican courier and a coordinator for the Spanish embassy. The plot, as Ridolfi conceived it, was elegantly simple. Spain would land an army on the English coast. The Duke of Norfolk, England's senior Catholic nobleman, a cousin of Elizabeth's, would lead a domestic uprising in support of the invasion. Mary would be removed from her cousin's custody, married to Norfolk, and crowned queen. Elizabeth would be either killed or exiled. The plot was discovered in the autumn of 1571 when Ridolfi's coded letters were intercepted. Norfolk was tried for treason. Norfolk was beheaded on June 2nd, 1572. Ridolfi escaped to Italy and lived the rest of his life as a comfortable banker in Florence. The second was the Throckmorton plot of 1583. Francis Throckmorton was an English Catholic gentleman from Warwickshire. The plot, this time, was more ambitious. It involved a French invasion led by Henri, Duke of Guise, financed jointly by Pope Gregory XIII and Philip II of Spain, combined with an English Catholic uprising and the assassination of Elizabeth. The plot was discovered when Throckmorton's house was searched. He was tortured. He confessed. He was beheaded on July 10th, 1584. The Spanish ambassador, Bernardino de Mendoza, was expelled from England in January of 1584, the first of several Spanish ambassadors who would be declared persona non grata over Catholic conspiracies in the next 2 decades. The third was the Babington plot of 1586, and the Babington plot is, for our purposes, the most important of the 3, because the Babington plot is the operation that introduced the modern world to the figure of Sir Francis Walsingham. Walsingham was Elizabeth's principal secretary. He was, by every contemporary account, the coldest and most unsentimental man in English government. He had been educated at Cambridge, then at Padua. He had spent most of the 1550s in exile during Mary I's reign, the Protestant equivalent of having taken graduate seminars in clandestine work. By the time Elizabeth made him principal secretary in 1573, he had been quietly building for 15 years what would become the first proper intelligence service in English history. Walsingham was the Holy Alliance's first matched-skill rival. He was, in many ways, the man who taught the rest of Europe how to run a counterintelligence operation against the Vatican's network. His most famous operation was the Chartley honeypot. In December of 1585, Mary Stuart was moved by Elizabeth's government from one of her many house arrest residences to a manor called Chartley Hall in Staffordshire. She was placed under the supervision of a Puritan named Sir Amyas Paulet, who had been chosen for the job specifically because he would not be susceptible to her famous personal charm. But Walsingham was not interested in keeping Mary in. He was interested in finding out who, on the outside, was still trying to get her out. So he gave Mary, through a series of carefully arranged leaks, a method of secret communication. Letters from her supporters in France could be smuggled to her. He had it understood in waterproof leather pouches hidden inside the wooden bungs of beer barrels. Beer was delivered weekly to Chartley by a local brewer. The pouches could be slipped into the bungs at the brewery, ride the barrel to the manor, be removed inside, and the brewer would carry the replies out the same way. Mary believed it. She had no reason not to. The brewer was a local Catholic, sympathetic to her cause. The system worked. The replies got through. The system worked, of course, because Walsingham had bribed the brewer. Every letter that went into the bung was opened, copied, decoded by a young cryptographer named Thomas Philippes, and resealed. Mary was reading what her supporters were sending her. Her supporters were reading what she was sending them. And Walsingham was reading everything in real time. By July of 1586, a young English Catholic named Anthony Babington, working with a Jesuit-trained operative named John Ballard, had developed a fully formed plan. It involved a Spanish invasion, an uprising of English Catholics, the assassination of Elizabeth by 6 gentlemen of Babington's circle, and the elevation of Mary to the throne. Babington wrote the entire plan to Mary in a long ciphered letter, asking, and this is the line that Walsingham was waiting for, the line that the entire 8-month operation had been designed to elicit for her explicit authorization. On July 17th, 1586, Mary Stuart wrote back. In cipher, she authorized everything, including, specifically, the assassination of her cousin. Walsingham had what he needed. The conspirators were arrested in August. Babington and his circle were tried, convicted, and hanged, drawn, and quartered in September. Mary was tried at Fotheringhay Castle in October. She was sentenced to death. Elizabeth signed the death warrant, reluctantly and with several attempts to claim that she had not really meant to, on February 1st, 1587. On the morning of February 8th, in the Great Hall at Fotheringhay, before a crowd of approximately 300 witnesses, Mary Stuart was beheaded. It took the executioner 3 swings of the axe. When her head was lifted from the block, the executioner found that he was holding only her wig. The head itself had rolled away. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, but in the historical record, that her small dog, which had been hidden in her skirts during the execution, refused to leave her body afterward. The Babington plot was the operational debut, in a sense, of the modern intelligence honeypot, a controlled communication channel that the target believed was secure, a complete record, kept in real time, of everything the target was saying. An evidentiary trail that, when the trap was sprung, was sufficient to convict not just the on-the-ground operatives, but the principal herself. 3 centuries before MI5 would teach this technique in training manuals, Walsingham invented it from scratch. To break a Vatican operation, that is the first thing I want you to remember about Chapter 5. The second is that one of the men who escaped Walsingham's net, barely, and only because the Catholic underground in England was disciplined enough to spirit him out of the country before the Privy Council could find him, was a Jesuit priest named John Gerard. Gerard had been operating in England illegally since 1588. Jesuits, under the Elizabethan religious settlement, were forbidden from English soil under penalty of death. Gerard was caught in April of 1594. He was tortured. He was put in the Tower of London. In October of 1597, John Gerard escaped from the Tower of London. I want to spend a moment on this because it is, even by the standards of the dramatic episodes I have shared with you tonight, a remarkable piece of human ingenuity. Gerard's cell was in the Salt Tower on the southeast corner of the inner ward of the Tower complex. He was permitted, as a high-status prisoner, certain small comforts. He was allowed paper and ink for writing letters to his family, on the understanding that the letters would be read by his guards before being sent. He was allowed, on certain days, oranges. The oranges were a gesture of mercy from a Catholic, sympathetic God. Gerard had figured out, somewhere along the way, that orange juice, when applied to paper with a quill, allowed to dry, and then heated, became visible as faint brown writing. It was, in effect, a workable, invisible ink. His permitted letters to his family were written in regular ink. They contained domestic pleasantries. The guards read them, found them harmless, and sent them on. Between the lines of those letters, written in orange juice, were detailed instructions to the Catholic underground in London. Instructions about who needed to be in which boat, at which moment. Instructions about the precise length of rope required to span the tower moat from a particular tower to a particular wharf. Instructions about which guards had been bribed and which had not. The orange peel he saved. Out of the dried peel, he wove small crosses. The crosses were also smuggled out. Gifts to his family from the imprisoned priest. Inside the crosses, additional messages, coordinates, names. On the night of October 4th, 1597, John Gerard climbed out of an upper window of the Salt Tower, used a knotted rope to lower himself to the moat, and was met on the wharf by a small boat. He was ferried across the Thames to a safe house in Surrey. From there, he eventually made his way to the continent. He spent the rest of his life in Catholic Europe, training the next generation of priests for the English mission. Espionage tradecraft has rarely been more domestic. A Jesuit priest escaped from the Tower of London using orange juice as invisible ink, smuggled in messages woven into crosses he had made from leftover orange peel. I have always thought there is a small lesson in that, about what a determined operator can accomplish using the materials at hand, with no budget and no support, except for what a sympathetic guard is prepared to look the other way about. But I am not going to extract the lesson for you. It is in the story. Gerard's escape, by the way, has a coda that becomes important in our story. Several of the men he trained on the continent in the years after his escape would, in 1605, be involved in the planning of the gunpowder plot. Father Henry Garnet, the Jesuit superior of the English mission, who learned of the plot through the seal of the confessional and refused to break it, was hanged, drawn, and quartered at St. Paul's Churchyard on May 3rd, 1606. Gerard was, by then, safely in Flanders. He outlived almost every one of the men he had once trained. Now, 2 centuries after Mary Stuart's execution at Fotheringhay, after Walsingham's death, after the slow eclipse of the Spanish Empire, after the rise and fall of the Stuarts, the entity faced its single greatest test of survival. In 1798, an emperor decided that he was going to do what no one, not Elizabeth, not Cromwell, not the Ottomans, had ever done. He was going to take the Pope himself. By February of 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte was 28 years old. He was already the most successful military commander France had produced in 200 years. He had commanded the army of Italy. He had won at Lodi, at Arcole, at Rivoli. He had imposed a peace on Austria that redrew the map of Central Europe. He was, by the spring of 1798, technically a French government employee, but only technically. He was, in practice, the most independently powerful military officer alive. In Rome, the Pope was 80 years old. His name was Pius VI, Gianangelo Braschi. He had been Pope since 1775, 23 years on the throne, which was a long papacy by the standards of his era. He was, by 1798, in poor health. He had bladder problems. He could not walk easily. He had spent the previous decade watching the French Revolution dismantle the Catholic infrastructure of France, confiscating church properties, dissolving monasteries, putting priests to the guillotine, with the kind of slow institutional horror that a man of his era and his office was perfectly equipped to feel and perfectly powerless to act upon. In December of 1797, French General Léonard Mathurin Dufaux was killed in a riot in Rome. The French government, the Directory, which was the post-Robespierre civilian regime then in power, used Dufaux's death as a pretext to demand that Pius VI surrender his temporal authority over the Papal States. The Pope refused. In February of 1798, French troops under General Louis-Alexandre Berthier marched into Rome. They occupied the city. They proclaimed a Roman Republic. They dissolved the Papal States. And on February 20th, they arrested the Pope. Pius VI was hauled out of the Quirinal Palace, put in a carriage, and driven north. He was, over the next 18 months, moved through a series of French cities, Siena, Florence, Parma, Briançon, as the French government tried to figure out what exactly to do with the kidnapped Pope. He was 80 years old. He was sick. He was a diplomatic embarrassment. The French government did not particularly want him to die in their custody, because dead popes have a way of becoming martyrs, and the Directory had enough enemies already. But they also could not, politically, let him go. The problem solved itself in the most unfortunate way. On August 29th, 1799, in the citadel of Valence in southeastern France, Pius VI died. He had been a prisoner for 19 months. His death created an immediate succession problem for the Catholic Church. The cardinals were scattered across Europe. Most of the Papal States were under French occupation. Rome was, technically, a French-controlled republic. The conclave to elect a new pope could not be held in Rome. It was held instead, after a delay of several months, in Venice, which was at that point under Austrian protection and therefore safe from French interference. In March of 1800, the cardinals elected Barnaba Chiaramonti as pope. He took the name Pius VII. Pius VII was a Benedictine monk. He was 58 years old. He had a quiet, scholarly manner. He had spent most of his career in monastic settings rather than in diplomatic ones. He was, and this is the part that nobody, including Napoleon, properly anticipated in 1800, exactly the kind of slow, patient, theologically rigorous man who would prove almost impossible to break. In 1801, Pius VII negotiated with Napoleon's representatives the Concordat. It was an extraordinary document. It re-established Catholicism as the public religion of France. It restored the Catholic hierarchy in France. It bound the French clergy to the state in a particular legal arrangement that would survive, in modified forms, for the next century. It was, by every measure, the most significant single piece of Vatican French diplomacy of the modern era. It was also, in retrospect, a deal with the devil, because Napoleon, who had agreed to it for entirely cynical reasons, he wanted Catholic France pacified for his coming wars, never really meant to honor it. In 1804, Napoleon invited Pius VII to Paris to perform his coronation as emperor. The Pope, against the advice of most of his cardinals, agreed. He traveled to Paris. He led a 5-hour ceremony at Notre Dame on December 2nd, 1804. And then, in the most famous moment of the entire ceremony, and one of the most famous moments in modern political theater, Napoleon took the imperial crown out of the Pope's hands and crowned himself. The Pope said nothing. He went back to Rome. For the next 5 years, Pius VII tried, with diminishing success, to maintain the Vatican's independence under increasing French pressure. Napoleon required the Pope to enforce the continental system, the trade blockade against Britain. The Pope refused because Britain was a Catholic-friendly trading partner that the Vatican had no interest in alienating. Napoleon required the Pope to annul the marriage of his brother Jérôme, who had married an American Protestant. The Pope refused because the marriage was canonically valid. Napoleon required 100 other things. The Pope refused, with quiet politeness, to almost all of them. In June of 1809, after a particularly aggressive French annexation of the remaining papal states, Pius VII issued a bull excommunicating Napoleon Bonaparte. This was not a small thing. It was the most consequential excommunication of a head of state since Regnan's in Excelsis against Elizabeth I in 1570. It declared the Emperor of the French an apostate. It released his Catholic subjects, which was most of his subjects, from their oath of allegiance to him. Napoleon's response was decisive. He ordered the Pope arrested. Between 2 and 3 a.m. on the morning of July 6, 1809, French troops under General Etienne Radet scaled the walls of the Quirinal Palace. They overpowered the small detachment of Swiss guards on duty. They broke into the Pope's apartments. They demanded that Pius VII renounce his temporal authority over the Papal States. He refused. They took him out of the palace by force in the middle of the night. They put him in a carriage. They drove north. He would not see Rome again for almost 5 years. He was held first at Savona on the Italian Riviera from 1809 to 1812. He was held then at Fontainebleau, the French royal palace south of Paris, from 1812 until 1814. He was guarded around the clock. He was permitted no correspondence. He was permitted no visitors except those approved by the French government. He was, in every meaningful sense, a prisoner. And here is the small detail that I have always thought captures, more than any other detail in the story, the relationship between an emperor and a prisoner who refuses to be afraid. At Savona, Napoleon's secret police drilled spy holes into the walls of the Pope's apartments. This was standard practice for political prisoners of high status. The secret police needed to know what the prisoner was doing, who he was meeting, what he was writing. The spy holes were positioned so that an observer in an adjacent room could see most of the major rooms in the Pope's quarters. One of the spy holes was drilled directly above the Pope's bed. A police officer in an adjacent room could look down through a small opening in the ceiling and watch the Pope sleep, or pray, or read, or rise, or do anything else a man of his age and his vocation might do in the privacy of his bedroom. On at least one occasion that we know of, French agents entered the Pope's bedroom while he was at devotion in the chapel and ransacked it. They tore the mattress apart. They cut through the bedding. They were searching for hidden correspondence, for letters that might have been smuggled to him from cardinals in Rome, for instructions he might have written to be passed back through sympathetic guards. They found nothing. The Pope, when he returned to his bedroom and saw what had been done to it, said nothing. He picked up what could be salvaged. He summoned a servant, a French servant, it should be noted, since he had been allowed no Italian staff for years, to bring a fresh mattress. And he resumed his devotions in the chapel as if nothing had happened. 5 years, with a hole drilled above his bed, with his correspondence forbidden, with his apartments ransacked at intervals, with his guards instructed to report on every word he spoke, every gesture he made, every letter he tried to write. And in 5 years, the secret police of the most efficient police state in Europe could not produce a single piece of usable intelligence against him. I think this is the moment the entity learned its most important lesson, that an empire can take everything from a pope, his city, his palace, his bedroom, his correspondence, and still not break him. Because the Pope had something Napoleon did not. Time. Napoleon had the empire of the moment. Pius VII had the empire of the long view. He could afford to wait. Napoleon's empire collapsed in 1814. The Russian campaign had destroyed the Grande Armée. The coalition of European powers had reached Paris. Napoleon abdicated in April. He was exiled to Elba. On May 24, 1814, Pope Pius VII returned to Rome. He had been a prisoner for almost 5 years. He was now 71 years old. He was, by every contemporary account, exactly the same man who had been arrested at the Quirinal Palace in 1809. The same posture, the same quiet manner, the same patient refusal to be hurried. He resumed his papacy. He rebuilt the Vatican administration. He reopened the Papal States. He outlived Napoleon by 2 years. He died in 1823, peacefully, in his own apartments in Rome. The same apartments, more or less, that French troops had dragged him out of 14 years earlier. That is what an institution that thinks in centuries looks like when it is faced with an empire that thinks in decades. But that's just how I see it. You might disagree. Now, hold on to that image, the spy hole above the Pope's bed, the shredded mattress, the patient old man returning to his devotions. We are going to leap forward now, 147 years, because in October of 1962, A different kind of surveillance was happening. A dying pope, awake past midnight, drafting in French the message that would prevent the end of the world. Let me give you the timeline first, because the timeline is the part of the Cuban Missile Crisis that, when you sit with it, gets harder to absorb the longer you look at it. October 14th, 1962, a Sunday. A U.S. Air Force U-2 reconnaissance plane, flying at 70,000 feet over western Cuba, takes a series of high-resolution photographs of the area around the small town of San Cristobal. The photographs are developed and analyzed at the National Photographic Interpretation Center in Washington over the next 36 hours. The analysts identify in the photographs the unmistakable signatures of medium-range nuclear ballistic missile sites, specifically SS-4 Sandal missiles with a range sufficient to strike most of the continental United States. October 16th, 1962, a Tuesday. President John F. Kennedy is briefed on the photographs at 8:45 in the morning. He convenes the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, the EXCOM, in the White House Cabinet Room at 11:50 a.m. For the next 13 days, this committee will meet, sometimes for 16 hours at a stretch, debating what to do about a nuclear arsenal that has appeared, without warning, 90 miles off the coast of Florida. October 22nd, 1962, a Monday. President Kennedy goes on national television at 7 p.m. and tells the American public, and by extension the world, what is in Cuba. He announces a naval quarantine of the island. He warns that any Soviet ship attempting to deliver missile components to Cuba will be intercepted by the U.S. Navy. He warns, in language that everyone in the world understood instantly, that any nuclear missile launched from Cuba against any country in the Western Hemisphere will be regarded as an attack by the Soviet Union and will be answered with a full retaliatory response against the Soviet Union. October 23rd, 1962. A Tuesday. Soviet ships continue steaming toward the quarantine line. By the night of the 23rd, intelligence reports suggest that several of those ships are carrying additional missile components, and that they are not, as the State Department had hoped, going to turn around without contact. October 24th, 1962, a Wednesday. The world is, by every measure, closer to nuclear war than it has ever been at any other moment in human history. Pentagon analysts are calculating casualty estimates that, by the standards of any other era, would be unimaginable. American B-52s are airborne with nuclear weapons aboard on continuous rotation at the edge of Soviet airspace. Soviet submarines are deploying with tactical nuclear torpedoes whose use has been pre-authorized by Moscow in the event of an attack on their position. That is the day a 67-year-old American magazine editor placed a transatlantic telephone call to the Vatican. His name was Norman Cousins. He was the editor of the Saturday Review of Literature. He was a New York liberal, well connected to the Kennedy White House, well-traveled, well-read. He had spent the previous decade doing a particular kind of high-level cultural diplomacy, meeting with heads of state, organizing Track 2 back-channel conversations, trying to arrange the kinds of dialogues that allowed governments, on opposite sides of an ideological divide, to talk to each other through ostensibly private intermediaries. He had a friendship with President Kennedy. He had a separate friendship with Premier Khrushchev. They had met in Moscow several times. And he had, in the previous year, developed a third friendship that, in the context of October 1962, was about to become the most important of his life. He had a friendship with Pope John the 23rd. Pope John the 23rd, Angelo Roncalli, was 80 years old. He had been pope for almost 4 years. He had, in those 4 years, done more to change the public face of the Catholic Church than any pope of the modern era. He had convened the Second Vatican Council, the most significant Catholic ecumenical gathering in 400 years. He had, almost from the moment of his election, projected a personal warmth, a bumbling, affectionate, peasant priest quality that had completely upended the icy formal distance the papacy had maintained for centuries. He was also, in October of 1962, dying. Stomach cancer. Diagnosed in September of 1962. Kept secret from the public. He was in considerable pain. He was, by every account of his staff in those weeks, exhausted. He was 8 months from his death. When Norman Cousins' call reached the Vatican switchboard on October the 24th, 1962, it was routed to a man named Father Felix Morlian. Morlian was a Belgian Dominican priest. He had founded a small Catholic university in Rome called Pro Dio. He had served, during the Second World War, as an OSS informant. Yes, that OSS, the American Wartime Intelligence Agency, under the personal sponsorship of OSS Chief William Donovan. He was, in October of 1962, the Vatican's principal liaison to American Catholic peace activists. He was Cousins' personal contact at the Pope's office. Cousins explained the situation to Morlian. The world was hours away from nuclear war. The Soviet leadership needed an off-ramp, a way to back down without losing face. The American leadership needed a way to claim victory without humiliating the Soviets, which would only make the next crisis worse. The two superpowers could not, by the rules of the moment, communicate this directly. Cousins' request to Morlian, and through Morlian to the Pope, was simple. Could the Vatican issue a public appeal? An appeal to both superpowers, carefully neutral, asking them to draw back from the brink? Morlian took the request to the Pope's apartments that evening. John the 23rd said yes. He stayed up past midnight on the night of October 24th into October 25th, 1962, working on the text. He drafted it himself, in French, the working language of the Vatican's diplomatic corps. He vetted the wording with his Secretary of State, Cardinal Amleto Cicognani. The text was then carefully reviewed in advance of release by both the U.S. Embassy and the Soviet Embassy in Rome, a procedural step that was unprecedented in Vatican diplomatic history, and one of the small details of this story that I have always thought reveals the depth of Cousins' coordination work behind the scenes. Both superpowers, before the Pope spoke, had approved the substance of what he was going to say. They had cleared the off-ramp. At noon on October 25th, 1962, Pope John the 23rd delivered the message. It was broadcast simultaneously on Vatican radio in multiple languages to the world. It was delivered in writing to the U.S. and Soviet embassies in Rome. It was carried on the wire services within hours. The text was short. It made no mention of either Cuba or the United States by name. It asked all leaders in language carefully calibrated to be acceptable to both Moscow and Washington to set aside the threat of war. It asked them to do so, the Pope said, for the sake of humanity itself. The next morning, October 26, 1962, Pravda, the official newspaper of the Soviet Communist Party, ran the appeal on its front page, above the fold, in Russian translation. The headline was, in effect, a paraphrase of one of the lines from the Pope's appeal. We beg all rulers not to remain deaf to the cry of humanity. I want to pause on what it meant for Pravda, the official newspaper of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the country whose state ideology was militant atheism, whose foreign policy doctrine had, for 40 years, opposed the Catholic Church as a tool of bourgeois reaction. I want to pause on what it meant for Pravda to run a pope on its front page. It is the only time in the entire history of the Soviet Union that this happened. Before October 26, 1962, Pravda had never put a pope on its front page. After October 26, 1962, it never did again. It was, in effect, a coded signal from Khrushchev. He was telling his domestic audience, the Politburo, the senior military, the regional party bosses, that he was prepared to back down. The Pope's appeal was the cover. We are not surrendering to the Americans, the front page said. In essence, we are responding to the moral concerns of an octogenarian Italian priest. Khrushchev cabled Kennedy that evening with the offer that ended the crisis. The Soviets would withdraw their missiles from Cuba in exchange for an American pledge not to invade. 2 days later, after a separate secret offer from Kennedy to remove American Jupiter missiles from Turkey, the deal was final. The world stepped back from the brink. Years later, in a private conversation with Norman Cousins, Khrushchev told Cousins that the Pope's appeal had been, in his words, the first ray of light in the fast-developing darkness. He said it had given him the political cover he needed to back down without appearing weak in front of his own military. President Kennedy, briefed on the Pope's role by Cousins through American diplomatic channels, told his closest advisers, privately, that the Vatican had given Khrushchev what no American leader could give him: an out without losing face. Pope John XXIII died 7 months later, on June 3, 1963. The cancer that had been quietly killing him while he worked through the night on October 24th had finally won. He was 81 years old. He had been Pope for 4 years and 7 months. In April of 1963, 2 months before his death, 6 months after the Cuban Missile Crisis, he published the encyclical Pacem in Terris, Peace on Earth. It was the first papal encyclical in history that was addressed not just to Catholics, but to all men of goodwill. It was a 150-page argument, in formal theological prose, for the moral architecture of nuclear arms reduction, anti-colonialism, and the dignity of human rights. The encyclical was published on April 11th, 1963. By April 12th, copies had been smuggled through a network whose details I will not bore you with, but which involved at least one Polish bishop and several Catholic seminarians across the border into Poland, where, 20 years later, a Polish bishop named Karol Wojtyła would become the next pope to take a personal interest in finishing what John the 23rd had started. Which brings me, as you have probably guessed, to Karol Wojtyła, the man who watched John the 23rd work through that night in October of 1962. The man who, 20 years later, would sit in an empty Vatican library with the President of the United States, and the two of them would design what is, almost certainly, the most successful covert operation in the history of the Central Intelligence Agency. But that is a story for the next chapter. Karol Wojtyła was elected Pope on October 16th, 1978. He took the name John Paul II. He was, by every standard of the 1978 conclave, the wrong man. He was Polish, and there had not been a non-Italian pope since 1523. He was 58 years old, comparatively young for the office. He was a working bishop from a Soviet bloc country, with no significant Vatican administrative experience. He had been chosen on the 8th ballot after the conclave had deadlocked between two Italian candidates. The cardinals had reached past their preferred options to a man from Krakow, in a small ironic gesture, and had then watched, over the next 26 years, as that small ironic gesture changed the geopolitics of the second half of the 20th century. Now, I want to give you the part of the story that nobody who lived through the 1980s in the West entirely understood at the time. Because what happened in the Vatican between 1978 and 1989 is, in retrospect, one of the most successful covert operations in the history of intelligence work. And we did not really know it was happening. Let me set the scene. In June of 1979, 8 months after his election, John Paul II made his first papal visit to Poland. He had been a Polish bishop for 18 years before his election. He had been the Archbishop of Krakow, the most senior Catholic official in a country whose government was officially atheist communist, and whose population was, by every census measure, 95% Catholic. The 1979 visit was the largest religious gathering in the history of Eastern Europe. Approximately 13 million Poles, out of a population of 35 million, attended at least one of the masses he conducted during the 9-day visit. They lined the highways for hours to watch his motorcade pass. They stood in fields in the rain. They sang songs that the Polish government had been trying for 35 years to make them stop singing. The CIA, watching the footage of the visit from Langley, understood something that the Polish Communist Party, watching the same footage from Warsaw, had not yet fully understood. The Pope had just demonstrated that the communist government of Poland did not have the loyalty of the Polish people. He had demonstrated it, not by saying it, but by the sheer mathematical fact of the crowds. In August of 1980, 14 months after the papal visit, a strike at the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk produced a labor union called Solidarność, Solidarity. Within a year, it had 10 million members, a third of the entire population of Poland. In December of 1981, the Polish government, under intense Soviet pressure, declared martial law and outlawed Solidarity. The leadership was arrested. The union was driven underground. That is when the Holy Alliance, in its modern form, went to work. On June 7th, 1982, Pope John Paul II met with President Ronald Reagan in the Vatican Library. They spoke alone for 50 minutes. There were no aides present. There were no notes taken. We do not have a transcript. The journalist Carl Bernstein, yes, the Carl Bernstein of Watergate, would spend the better part of the next decade trying to reconstruct what was said in that meeting through interviews with both men's principal advisors, and would publish his findings in a Time magazine cover story on February 24th, 1992, called The Holy Alliance. What Bernstein documented, and what subsequent declassifications of CIA files have largely confirmed, was that Reagan and the Pope agreed in that 50-minute meeting on a covert plan to keep solidarity alive underground in Poland, and ultimately to use Polish resistance as a wedge to break the Soviet bloc. The operation was given a CIA code name, QR Helpful. It was authorized by National Security Decision Directive 32 in May of 1982 and confirmed by a presidential finding signed November 4th of that year. It was run, on the American side, by the Director of Central Intelligence, a man named William Casey. Now, I want to spend a moment on Bill Casey, because Bill Casey is one of those men who, the more you read about him, the more you realize is exactly the kind of person who is almost never in charge of a major intelligence service. He was 68 years old when he took over the CIA in 1981. He was a New York lawyer by training. He had spent most of his career in private practice and in business. He had been Reagan's campaign manager. He was also a daily Mass attendee. He had been raised Irish Catholic in the Bronx. He attended morning Mass every weekday at one of 3 churches near his Washington office. He had a personal relationship with John Paul II that predated his appointment as DCI. And he had been, during the Second World War, an OSS officer who had run agents into Nazi Germany. He had a particular, well-documented obsession with the kind of clandestine operations that the OSS had specialized in. Operations involving Catholic networks behind enemy lines, sympathetic clergy, smuggled equipment. Casey was, in other words, exactly the kind of director the CIA had not had since Allen Dulles in the 1950s. He was a believer. He thought intelligence work was a moral calling. He believed that the Cold War was a religious war as much as it was a geopolitical one. And when Reagan asked him in 1982 to coordinate with the Vatican on a covert operation to support solidarity, Casey treated the assignment with the kind of personal commitment that most DCIs reserve for their own children. The operation involved the smuggling into Poland of equipment that the underground solidarity movement needed to keep functioning. Specifically, printing presses, mimeograph machines, fax machines, photocopiers, video cameras, secure radios, telephone tap detectors, computers, small ones, the personal computers of the early 1980s, which the Solidarity Underground used to produce newsletters and to communicate between cells. The equipment was procured, in large part, by William Casey's son-in-law, a man named Owen Smith. Smith was a private businessman in his 30s. He bought, with money that came partly from CIA funds and partly from sympathetic American Catholic donors, tens of thousands of dollars of printing equipment from American suppliers. The equipment was shipped, openly, to a series of Catholic charitable organizations in Western Europe, From those organizations, it was transferred through a network coordinated by the Catholic Church in Poland and the Vatican's Polish émigré community into Poland itself, most often through truck convoys passing through Austria and Czechoslovakia. By 1986, the underground Solidarity Press in Poland was producing more than 400 separate newspapers. Most of them were printed on smuggled American printing presses. Most of those presses had been purchased, originally, by Bill Casey's son-in-law. The Pope's role in the operation was, as you would expect from a man who had personally lived under communist rule for 30 years, more delicate than the Americans. He could not, publicly, endorse a CIA operation against the Polish government. He could not even, privately, acknowledge that the operation existed. What he could do, and what he did, was provide the moral and logistical infrastructure that made the operation possible. He sent personal handwritten letters to Lech Wałęsa, the imprisoned leader of Solidarity. The letters were smuggled into Poland by Vatican couriers, usually Polish Catholic seminarians traveling on legitimate religious visas, and delivered through the Catholic Church's existing infrastructure in Warsaw and Gdańsk. When the Polish secret police, the SB, eventually figured out that letters were moving, they intercepted, in 1985, a Fiat 126 belonging to a Polish seminarian and tore it apart, looking for contraband. They found, taped to the inside of the gas tank, 3 handwritten papal encyclicals, signed by John Paul II, personally. The Polish government was furious. They had no diplomatic recourse. The Pope was a head of state. He was the Polish Pope, and the encyclicals had been smuggled in a private vehicle by a Polish citizen. The whole apparatus of Soviet bloc legal procedure had nothing to grip. The driver was eventually deported. The encyclicals were published in Samizdat editions across Poland within weeks. This has all happened before. In 1571, the Holy Alliance funded a coalition that broke the Ottoman fleet at Lepanto with money, with information, and with the personal authority of the Pope. In 1683, it wired more than 1 million florins to the King of Poland to fund the largest cavalry charge in human history at the Battle of Vienna, a story I will tell you in a few chapters, after we have come down from the Cold War. In 1982, it funded printing presses and smuggled them through Catholic charities. Different weapons, same operation, same machine. Now, here is the part that I think is the most underappreciated piece of this story. The composition of the senior Reagan National Security Cabinet in 1982 was not accidentally Catholic. It was overwhelmingly Catholic. CIA Director William Casey was Catholic. Deputy DCI Vernon Walters was Catholic. National Security Advisor William Clark was Catholic. Secretary of State Alexander Haig was Catholic. National Security Advisor Richard Allen was Catholic. The American ambassador to the Vatican, William Wilson, a position that Reagan upgraded from a personal envoy to a full ambassadorial post. In 1984, the first time in 200 years that the United States had had a formal diplomatic relationship with the Holy See, was Catholic. This was not, I want to be clear, a Catholic conspiracy. There is no document in which Reagan instructed his cabinet to organize itself by religious affiliation. There is no memo. What happened, more interestingly, was that Reagan, a Protestant himself, raised disciples of Christ, married a divorced Hollywood actress, In a ceremony presided over by a Methodist minister, Reagan staffed his foreign policy team with the men he trusted to take the Cold War seriously as a moral struggle, and the men who took it most seriously were, almost without exception, Catholic. The Pope had, in effect, an entire American national security cabinet that understood his theological vocabulary and shared his geopolitical priorities. Reagan's evangelical Protestant base, the Christian conservative voters who had swept him into office in 1980, never knew that the central strategic conversation of his presidency, the one about how to bring down the Soviet Union, was being coordinated through the Vatican. In 1981, while all of this was being set up, the Soviet Politburo issued an internal resolution naming John Paul II as an enemy of the Soviet state. The resolution authorized all measures necessary to neutralize his influence. The resolution was, for 2 decades, a closely held secret. It was confirmed only in the early 1990s, when KGB and Stasi files began to be opened to Western researchers. The first non-communist government in the Soviet bloc took power in Poland in August of 1989. Lech Wałęsa, who had spent nearly a decade in and out of internment, became the leader of the Solidarity government. By November of 1989, the Berlin Wall had fallen. By December of 1991, the Soviet Union had dissolved itself. There is a documentary made for British television in 2001 in which Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union, is asked on camera what role the Pope had played in the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. Gorbachev does not hesitate. Everything that has happened in Eastern Europe in these last few years, he says, would have been impossible without the presence of this Pope. That is the man who actually ran the Soviet Union on the actual record, saying that the Pope was the principal external cause of its collapse. I am not going to extract a lesson from that. I will let it sit where it is. Now, I owe you a body. 8 days after the Reagan-Wojtyła meeting in the Vatican Library on June 7th, 1982, 8 days after that 50-minute conversation that would help bring down the Soviet Union, in London, on a Friday morning, a postal clerk crossing Blackfriars Bridge looked up. And he saw something he could not, at first, understand. Let me return us, for a moment, to where we started. You remember the body, Roberto Calvi, hanging from the orange scaffolding under the eastern arch of Blackfriars Bridge. Bricks in his pockets, $14,000 in 3 currencies, a forged passport in a name that was not quite his. The London inquest first ruled suicide. A second inquest, 4 years later, ruled open. A 2002 forensic team, using 3-dimensional reconstruction, established that he had been murdered. A Rome trial in 2007 of 5 suspects, including a man known in the press as the Mafia treasurer, ended in acquittal of all 5. The murder is, officially, unsolved. That is the cold open. That is what you knew. Now I will tell you what was actually going on. To understand Roberto Calvi, you have to understand 3 institutions, all of which were operating in 1982 in a kind of overlapping triangle. They overlapped in personnel, they overlapped in money, and they overlapped in ways that the 3 institutions themselves spent considerable effort trying to deny in operational interest. The first institution is Banco Ambrosiano. Banco Ambrosiano was a Milan-based bank founded in 1896 by a Catholic priest named Giuseppe Tovini. It had been for most of its history exactly what its name suggested: a small, respectable Catholic-affiliated bank serving northern Italian businesses, parishes, and dioceses. It managed accounts for cardinals. It managed accounts for diocesan endowments. It was the kind of bank that respectable Catholic Milanese families used, the way English families used Coutts, or American families used the Morgan Trust. In 1971, a 48-year-old executive named Roberto Calvi took over as central manager. By 1975, he was chairman. Calvi was, by every account of those who worked with him, exactly the wrong man for the job. He was secretive. He was paranoid. He was a financial innovator in the most dangerous sense, meaning that he understood the architecture of international banking better than the regulators did, and he was prepared to use that asymmetry. Under Calvi's management, Banco Ambrosiano became something other than what it had appeared to be for the previous 75 years. It became an offshore holding company. It became a tax arbitrage operation. It became, in particular, a conduit for moving money, sometimes legitimate, sometimes not, between Italian businesses, Eastern European Catholic dioceses, Latin American military regimes, and a particular institution headquartered in Vatican City, which is the second institution, the Vatican Bank, officially the Istituto per le Opere di Religione, the Institute for the Works of Religion. It is housed in a small, unremarkable medieval tower inside Vatican City, the Tower of Nicholas V, behind the Apostolic Palace. It has, for most of its history, conducted exactly what its name suggests, managing the financial assets of religious orders, dioceses, and Vatican-affiliated charities. It is also, by virtue of being housed inside Vatican City, exempt from every banking regulation in the world. Vatican City is a sovereign state. It has its own currency, its own postal system, its own diplomatic recognition. Its bank is not subject to Italian banking law, to European Union financial regulation, to the SEC, to the IMF, to any external auditor of any kind. Its accounts are private. Its customer list is private. Its balance sheets are private. The president of the Vatican Bank reports, in theory, to the Pope. In practice, for most of the modern era, he reports to a small commission of cardinals who meet a few times a year and ask few questions. In 1971, Pope Paul VI appointed an American archbishop named Paul Marcinkus to run the Vatican Bank. Marcinkus would hold the position until 1989. I want to spend a moment on Marcinkus because he is one of those figures whose biography is so improbable that if a novelist made him up, you would put the novel down and refuse to continue. He was born in 1922 in Cicero, Illinois, the same Cicero, Illinois, that had been Al Capone's principal base of operations in the 1920s. He grew up, in other words, in the most famously corrupt small town in 20th century America. He went to seminary. He became a priest. He was assigned to the Vatican in the 1950s as a junior diplomat. He worked his way up. He grew, over the years, into one of the most physically imposing men in the Vatican, 6'4", broad-shouldered, the kind of priest who looked like he had played college football, which he had. In 1965, Pope Paul VI made him a personal aide. Specifically, he made him the Pope's bodyguard. The Pope had been the target of a number of disturbing incidents during foreign trips, and Marcinkus's combination of physical size and personal loyalty made him the obvious choice. He traveled with Paul VI for the next several years as the Pope's principal physical security. He once, famously, wrestled a man with a knife to the ground at Manila Airport in 1970 when an attempted assassination was made on Paul VI's life. And then, in 1971, the same Pope took the man who had been his bodyguard and made him chairman of the Vatican Bank. The Pope's reasoning, I want to be charitable about, was probably that Marcinkus was loyal and that the Vatican Bank needed loyal management more than it needed sophisticated management. The Pope's reasoning, I want to be honest about, was probably also that the Pope did not, himself, fully understand what the Vatican Bank actually did, and so he saw the appointment as essentially administrative rather than financial. It was not administrative. By the late 1970s, the Vatican Bank, under Marcinkus, was the principal external shareholder of Banco Ambrosiano. The Vatican Bank had signed what are called letters of patronage, formal documents stating that Banco Ambrosiano's most significant subsidiaries were under the Vatican Bank's effective control and protection. These letters had been used to guarantee, in turn, more than $1 billion of loans to a series of offshore shell companies registered in Panama, Liechtenstein, and the Bahamas. Most of those shell companies turned out, when investigators eventually traced them, not to exist as functioning businesses at all. They were, in effect, holding accounts for money that was being moved between three institutions: Banco Ambrosiano, the Vatican Bank, and the third institution. The third institution was the P2 Lodge, Propaganda 2. P2 was, on paper, a Masonic lodge, one of the Italian regional lodges of the Grand Orient of Italy, the principal Italian Masonic organization. In practice, it was something quite different. It had been suspended by the Grand Orient in 1976 because of irregularities. It continued to operate illegally under the leadership of a man named Licio Gelli, a former fascist functionary, a wartime contact of the Italian Secret Service, a businessman with extensive Argentine connections, and one of the most genuinely strange figures in post-war Italian history. P2 functioned for those of its members who participated in its inner work as a kind of parallel state apparatus. It coordinated business deals, judicial appointments, military promotions, government contracts. It was, in the most literal sense, a conspiracy, a small group of men coordinating their actions for mutual political and economic benefit. On March 17th, 1981, 14 months before Calvi's body appeared under Blackfriars Bridge, Italian police, investigating an unrelated financial scandal involving the kidnapping of Sicilian banker Micheline, raided Licio Gelli's villa in Tuscany. They found, among the papers in his office, a list of P2 members, 962 names. Read that list if you ever have the chance, because it is one of the most extraordinary documents in modern Italian history. It includes 12 generals of the Carabinieri, 5 generals of the Guardia di Finanza, 22 generals of the regular Italian army, 4 generals of the Italian Air Force, 8 admirals of the Italian Navy, 44 members of the Italian Parliament, 3 serving cabinet ministers, multiple judges of the Italian Supreme Court, senior journalists at every major Italian newspaper, industrialists, bankers, diplomats, and the name of a young Milanese media mogul who was at that time just beginning to consolidate the private television empire that would, 12 years later, make him Prime Minister of Italy. His name appears on the list as P2 member, number 1816, Silvio Berlusconi. Roberto Calvi was on the list too. Now, P2's members called themselves, in their internal correspondence, Frati Neri, Blackfriars. It was their code name for one another, a small piece of vanity, a way of suggesting that they were a kind of secular religious order, working in the shadows for what they conceived to be the good of the Italian state. Roberto Calvi was found when his bank had collapsed and his life had unraveled and his protectors had vanished, hanging from a bridge. It was Blackfriars Bridge. I do not believe in coincidences of that magnitude. I believe, and I am. I want to say clearly, just one observer, that the location of Calvi's body was a message. It was a message to every other P2 member. It was a message to every banker who had moved mafia money through Vatican channels. It was a message to every cardinal who had signed off on a letter of patronage without reading it. It was a message that said, there is a price for failure in this business, and the price is the bridge. The Vatican Bank, in 1984, paid $250 million to Banco Ambrosiano's creditors. They did not, in their official statement, admit liability. They described the payment as, quote, a gesture of moral obligation to the families and the religious orders affected by the collapse. It was the largest financial settlement in the history of the Vatican to that date. It was paid without a single Vatican official being deposed, without a single document being subpoenaed, without a single Vatican bank account being audited. It was the cost, in cash, of preserving the institutional reputation. And by the standards of what the institution had at stake, its ongoing diplomatic relationships with every Catholic country on earth, its theological authority, its position as the moral broker in 100 international disputes. $250 million was, frankly, a bargain. Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, the man who had signed the original letters of patronage, was indicted by Italian magistrates in 1987. The indictment charged him with fraudulent bankruptcy. The Italian government issued a formal extradition request to the Vatican. The Vatican refused to honor it. Vatican City is a sovereign state. Its citizens, particularly its high-ranking clerics, are not subject to extradition under any treaty in force. Marcinkus continued to live and work inside Vatican City for the next 2 years. In 1989, Pope John Paul II accepted Marcinkus's resignation from the Vatican Bank. Marcinkus retired to private life. He moved eventually to Sun City, Arizona, a retirement community in the Phoenix metropolitan area. He lived there quietly for the next 17 years. He played golf. He attended Mass. He gave occasional, carefully limited interviews in which he insisted that he had been a victim of Italian political circumstances and that the Vatican Bank had, in his words, done nothing wrong. He died on February 20th, 2006, of a heart attack in his Arizona retirement home. He was 84 years old. He had never been extradited. He had never stood trial. The man who had signed off on letters of patronage that helped move more than $1 billion of unaccountable money, including, by the conclusion of the 2007 Rome trial, money that almost certainly included mafia, heroin proceeds, died peacefully in a Sun City bedroom. Now, the midnight magnates who were here for the entire criminal history of Wall Street will recognize this pattern. Institutional secrecy paying private settlements to make problems disappear. Reputation as the most valuable asset on the balance sheet. The corporate veil as a kind of theological protection, not because the institution is sacred, but because admitting fault would mean opening to scrutiny operations that were never meant to be examined. There are two more things I want to tell you about the Calvi story before we move to the next chapter. The first is that the 2002 forensic exhumation of Calvi's body, the one that proved he had been murdered, was conducted by an Italian forensic team led by a professor at the University of Turin named Carlo Torre. Torre's team used three-dimensional digital reconstruction of the bridge scaffolding, combined with detailed analysis of the rope abrasions on Calvi's neck, to demonstrate two things conclusively. First, that Calvi could not have produced the specific pattern of neck injuries by hanging himself. The angle was wrong. Second, that Calvi's hands had no rust on them, which was inconsistent with his having climbed the orange scaffolding under the bridge. He had been carried. Despite this conclusive forensic evidence, the 2007 Rome trial of 5 suspects, 3 of them members of the Sicilian Mafia, 2 of them associates of Licio Gelli's P2 Lodge, ended in acquittal of all 5. The court ruled that, while the murder was conclusively established, the prosecution had failed to prove which of the 5 suspects had been present at the bridge. The second thing I want to tell you is that Roberto Calvi's family did not give up. His son, Carlo Calvi, has spent 40 years pursuing every legal and journalistic angle that might eventually identify his father's killers. As of this telling, he has not succeeded. The murder remains, formally, unsolved. But it is worth saying clearly, the body was murdered. The murder was almost certainly arranged by men who had political and financial connections to the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank paid $250 million to make the case go away. The man who ran the Vatican Bank during the years of the relevant transactions was never extradited. He died peacefully in Arizona. That is what an institution that has had 416 years of practice managing reputational damage looks like when one of its proxies fails. Now, 1 year before Calvi's body appeared under that bridge, another moment of violence had brought the entity to its operational peak. It happened in St. Peter's Square. It happened at 5:19 in the afternoon. It happened on Wednesday, May 13th, 1981. The man who shot the Pope was 23 years old. His name was Mehmet Ali Agca. He was Turkish. He had been born in the small town of Hekimhan in southeastern Turkey in 1958. He had grown up in poverty. He had become, in his late teens, a member of an ultranationalist Turkish paramilitary organization called the Bozkurtlar, the Grey Wolves. The Grey Wolves were the unofficial youth wing of the National Action Party, a far-right Turkish political organization that, during the late 1970s, had been responsible for hundreds of political assassinations across Turkey. In February of 1979, Agca had been part of a grey wolves cell that had assassinated Abdi İpekçi, the editor-in-chief of the Turkish liberal newspaper Millet. İpekçi had been one of the most prominent journalists in Turkey. He had been, in particular, an outspoken critic of Turkish ultranationalism. He was shot to death outside his Istanbul apartment in the evening of February 1st, 1979. Agca was identified as the shooter. He was arrested. He was tried. He was convicted. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. In November of 1979, after 9 months in Kartal Maltepe military prison in Istanbul, Agca escaped. He was smuggled out by the Grey Wolves network, dressed in a soldier's uniform, through a gap in the security arrangements that almost certainly involved bribed prison officials. The escape was carefully planned. Within days, Agca had crossed into Bulgaria. Bulgaria, in 1979, was a Soviet satellite state. Its security service, the Komitet za Državna Sigurnost, the State Security Committee, was, by all subsequent investigations, more or less fully integrated with the Soviet KGB. Sofia was one of the principal back-channel waypoints through which the KGB ran operations into Western Europe. Bulgarian intelligence handled the messy logistical work that the KGB itself, for political reasons, could not be seen to handle. Agca lived in Bulgaria, off and on, for the next 18 months. He traveled on forged passports through Tunisia, Cyprus, Iran, West Germany, and Italy. He was, by every account that I've been able to find, in close contact during those months with 3 named Bulgarian intelligence officers operating in Rome under various commercial covers. Sergei Antonov, who worked at the Rome office of Balkan Air, the Bulgarian state airline, Todor Ivasov, an attaché at the Bulgarian embassy. Major Zelyo Vasilev, the Bulgarian military attaché. In November of 1979, the same month as his Turkish escape, Agca had written a letter to a Turkish newspaper that was published on November 27th. The letter read, in part, Western imperialists, fearing that Turkey and her sister Islamic nations might create a new political, military, and economic power, has sent to Turkey, in the guise of a religious leader, the leader of Crusaders Wojtyła. If this ill-timed and meaningless visit is not called off, I will definitely shoot the Pope. That letter was on file with Italian intelligence in May of 1981. The Pope's security detail was aware of it. They had assessed it as a low-priority threat of the kind that periodically arrived from politically unstable Mediterranean countries. Agca had been in custody in Turkey at the time of the letter. He was now, by every public record, still in custody. He was not, of course, in custody. He had been free for 18 months. On May 13th, 1981, at approximately 5:19 in the afternoon, Agca was standing in St. Peter's Square. The Pope was conducting the regular Wednesday general audience. He was being driven slowly in his open-topped white Pope-mobile through the assembled crowd of approximately 20,000 pilgrims. Agca was approximately 15 feet from the Pope-mobile when it passed his position. He drew a 9mm Browning HP semi-automatic pistol from inside his jacket. He fired 4 shots. 2 of the shots hit the Pope. One passed through his abdomen, narrowly missing his abdominal aorta. An impact 2 inches in the wrong direction would have killed him within minutes. The second shot struck his left index finger and continued to graze his right arm. 2 of Agca's shots missed the Pope entirely and struck 2 American pilgrims standing nearby. both women, both seriously wounded, but ultimately survived. The Pope collapsed in the Pope-mobile. He was rushed at extraordinary speed to the Gemelli Hospital, the Catholic hospital affiliated with the University of the Sacred Heart in Rome. He had lost approximately 3/4 of his blood by the time the surgical team began work. The surgery lasted 5 hours and 30 minutes. He survived by the smallest medical margin in the judgment of every surgeon involved. Agca in St. Peter's Square was tackled within seconds. The first person to reach him was a small Italian Franciscan nun named Sister Letizia Giudici. She was 65 years old. She was 4'11". She threw herself onto the gunman from behind, knocked him to the cobblestones, and held him down with the help of a Roman pilgrim named Lorenzo Guzzo until Vatican security arrived. Photographs of the moment exist. They show a tiny woman in a brown habit lying on top of a young man with a gun in his hand in the middle of the most photographed public square in the Christian world. The image is rarely reproduced. I have always wondered why. Agca was arrested. He was tried in Italy. He was convicted of attempted murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. And then, within weeks of his arrest, Agca began to talk. What he said in the months that followed is the part of this story that has been, for 40 years, the most contested. Agca named his Bulgarian handlers. He named Sergei Antonov of Balkan Air. He named the Bulgarian embassy contacts. He claimed that the operation had been ordered by the GRU, Soviet military intelligence, and executed through Bulgarian Department of State security cutouts, with the Grey Wolves used as the actual triggermen so that the operation would appear, on its surface, to be a pure Turkish nationalist crime. The Italian government took the testimony seriously. Sergei Antonov was arrested in Rome in November of 1982, a year and a half after the shooting, and held in Italian custody for 3 years. He was tried for conspiracy to murder the Pope. The trial was a public spectacle. The witnesses were ambiguous. Agca's testimony shifted multiple times. The Italian court acquitted Antonov in March of 1986 for lack of evidence, specifically for the inability to demonstrate in court that the Bulgarian connection had been operationally real rather than constructed by Italian intelligence officers who had a particular interest in proving Soviet involvement. The case, in legal terms, ended there. No senior Bulgarian was ever convicted. No senior Soviet was ever indicted. The official Italian judicial conclusion is that Agca acted on his own ideological commitments, with possible peripheral support from elements of the Grey Wolves, but without state-level direction. Then, in 1992, a man named Vasily Mitrokhin defected to the West. Mitrokhin was a former KGB archivist. For 12 years, from 1972 to 1984, he had been the chief archivist for the KGB's first chief directorate, the Foreign Intelligence Directorate. He had spent those 12 years copying, by hand, classified KGB operational documents. He had hidden the copies in a milk churn under the floorboards of his dacha outside Moscow. When the Soviet Union collapsed, he carried 6 trunks of papers across the Estonian border to British intelligence. The Mitrokhin archive, the entire collection eventually published in heavily annotated form by the British historian Christopher Andrew in 1999 contained material on Soviet operations against the Vatican going back to the 1950s. Specifically, it contained documentation of Operation Progress, a long-running KGB program targeting the Catholic Church. And crucially, it contained internal KGB references to a 1979 Soviet decision to neutralize Karol Wojtyła as an existential threat to the integrity of the Soviet bloc. In 2006, an Italian parliamentary commission investigating the Mitrokin material, the so-called Mitrokin Commission, chaired by Senator Paolo Guzzanti, concluded that, beyond all reasonable doubt, the leadership of the Soviet Union took the initiative to eliminate Pope Wojtyła in his capacity as supporter of the Solidarity movement by means of organizational and financial assistance to Bulgarian secret services and using the Stalinist communist organization MAD. The Commission's findings were never accepted by mainstream Italian historians. They were never converted into formal indictments. But they have stood, since 2006, as the most authoritative public record statement on what the KGB was probably doing on May 13th, 1981. I am not going to tell you what to believe about the assassination attempt. The evidence is contested. The political stakes were considerable. The witnesses, in many cases, had reasons to remember things one way or another that had nothing to do with the truth. What I will tell you is what John Paul II did next. He recovered from his wounds. He spent 20 days in the hospital. He returned to work in the Vatican in early June. By August, he was conducting full general audiences again. He had, in the days after the shooting, asked one specific question of his security detail. He had asked them to recover the bullet that had passed through his abdomen, the bullet that had nearly killed him, the bullet that the surgeons had removed during the 5-hour surgery. He took possession of the bullet personally. He had it sealed in a small reliquary. In May of 1982, 1 year after the shooting, he traveled to Fatima in Portugal, the site of the famous 1917 Marian apparitions. He had become personally convinced in the year between the shooting and the trip that the bullet's trajectory had been deflected, that the Virgin of Fatima had reached out a hand in the moment between Agca's pistol firing and the bullet reaching the Pope's body, and had moved the bullet 2 inches away from the abdominal aorta. He could not, of course, prove this, but he believed it. He had said as much, privately, in conversations with his closest associates. The shooting had occurred on May 13th, 1981, the 64th anniversary of the first Fatima apparition. At the Fatima shrine, the Pope handed the reliquary to the rector. He asked that the bullet be placed in the crown of the statue of Our Lady of Fatima, the small gilded crown that adorns the wooden statue of the Virgin in the basilica. The bullet is there today. It has been there for 44 years. If you visit the Fatima shrine, you can see it. It is small. It is dark. It is the same bullet that in May of 1981 passed through a pope's stomach, 2 inches from the artery that would have killed him. That is one of the things he did. The other thing he did was, in my opinion, the more interesting one. On December the 27th, 1983, 2.5 years after the shooting, Pope John Paul II walked into Rebibbia prison in Rome. He went into Mehmet Ali Agca's cell. He sat down on a small chair across from his attempted assassin. He held Agca's hand. He spoke with him alone for 21 minutes. What was said between them in those 21 minutes has never been recorded. There was no transcript. There was no microphone. The Vatican has never released the contents of the conversation. Agca, in subsequent interviews, has given multiple inconsistent accounts of what was discussed. The most credible of those accounts, given to Italian investigators in the early 2000s, is that the Pope did most of the talking, that he asked Agca about his family in Turkey, and that, near the end of the meeting, the Pope formally forgave him. Photographs of the meeting exist. They are extraordinary. They show two men sitting in a small concrete cell. The Pope is in white. He is leaning forward. He is holding the hand of a young man in a dark blue prison uniform. A young man whose face, in every photograph, is partly turned away from the camera. The body language of the two men is intimate in a way that is, for two men in their relative positions, almost impossible to process. In 2000, at the personal request of the Pope, Agca was pardoned by the Italian government. He was deported to Turkey. He served additional time there for the unrelated 1979 murder of Abdi İpekçi. He was finally released from Turkish prison in January of 2010. He has lived since then in Istanbul. He is, as of this telling, 67 years old. He gives occasional interviews. His accounts of the events of May 13th, 1981 continue to shift in ways that are not always consistent with one another or with the documentary record. My read, and I want to say clearly that this is just one reading, my read is that John Paul II visited Mehmet Ali Agca in prison because forgiveness is the most powerful weapon the entity has ever owned. A dead assassin is a martyr. Martyrs are dangerous because they recruit. A forgiven assassin is something else. A forgiven assassin is a debt that lasts forever. He cannot become a symbol of resistance because the man he tried to kill has already absorbed him. He cannot become a martyr because the Pope has already given him absolution. He cannot become anything, in fact, except a quiet retiree in Istanbul, telling and retelling a story whose moral authority no longer belongs to him. Vengeance produces martyrs. Forgiveness produces obligations. But that's just how I see it. You might disagree. Now, before we settle in for the rest of this story, I want to tell you about something quieter. Something almost funny, in the way that only old institutions can be funny. Because the entity hasn't always pointed outward. Sometimes it has pointed at itself. In 1907, Pope Pius X, Giuseppe Sarto, the 11th Pope of the modern era, issued an encyclical called Pascendi Dominici Gregis, Feeding the Lord's Flock. It was a long, exhaustive condemnation of what the Pope called modernism. Modernism, in this context, was a loose constellation of intellectual tendencies inside the Catholic Church. The application of historical critical methods to the Bible, the engagement of Catholic theologians with German liberal Protestant scholarship, the suggestion that doctrine might be understood as historically contingent rather than eternally fixed. Pius X considered modernism, in his own famous phrase from the encyclical, the synthesis of all heresies. 2 years later, In 1909, an Italian Monsignor in the Vatican Secretariat of State decided that what the encyclical needed was an enforcement mechanism. His name was Umberto Benigni. Benigni was, by every contemporary account, exactly the kind of man you would not want running a covert operation. He was small. He was fussy. He was vain. He was a former journalist who had a habit of writing his own anonymous reviews of his own books. He was, and I want to be diplomatic about this, the kind of cleric who, in the absence of a scandal he could uncover, was perfectly capable of inventing one. In 1909, he founded an organization. He called it the Sodalitium Pianum, the Fellowship of Pius. In the internal correspondence of the group, it was referred to by its French code name, La Sapinière, the Pine Tree Grove. It had, at its peak, fewer than 50 members. It operated outside the formal structure of the Roman Curia. It reported, through Benigni, to a single cardinal, Cardinal Gaetano Delay, the prefect of the Sacred Consistorial Congregation. And it operated throughout its existence with the personal blessing of Pope Pius X, who is reliably reported to have sent the organization 3 handwritten notes of encouragement and an annual subsidy out of personal papal funds. What did the Sodalitium Pianum do? It spied on Catholic priests. It spied on Catholic theologians. It spied on Catholic professors at Catholic universities. It spied on Catholic newspapers. It spied on Catholic publishers. It spied, in particular, on those Catholic clerics whom Benigni had personally identified as modernist sympathizers, which, in his definition, eventually came to mean almost everyone who disagreed with him about anything. Its operatives, usually parish priests recruited through Benigni's existing network of journalistic and ecclesiastical contacts, were instructed to report on 3 categories of behavior. First, the books that suspect clerics were buying from Catholic bookshops. Second, the lectures they were giving at Catholic universities. Third, the contents of their private correspondence, when that correspondence could be obtained by methods which the surviving documentation does not specify in detail, but which, by every reasonable inference, included steaming open letters at sympathetic post offices. It was, in essence, a Catholic surveillance state, built inside the Catholic Church, designed to enforce theological orthodoxy on Catholic clergy, operating in fewer than 50 active personnel and a network of perhaps 200 informants. 2 decades before, J. Edgar Hoover would invent the wiretap as a domestic political tool. 3 decades before the Stasi would systematize the same techniques in post-war East Germany. Now, I want to give you the part of this story that is, in my view, the funniest. Old institutions, when they decide to engage in clandestine work, sometimes produce small operational details that suggest they have not, perhaps, entirely thought the whole thing through. The Sodalitium Pianum used code names. This is, on its own, sensible operational practice. Code names protect identities. They allow operatives to discuss targets in correspondence without revealing whom they are discussing. They are an essential feature of any covert organization that expects its files to potentially be read by hostile parties. The Sodalitium Pianum's code names, however, had a particular characteristic that I have not been able to find precedent for in any other intelligence organization in history. They were all feminine. I do not, I want to say, know why. There is no surviving documentation explaining the choice. Various historians have speculated. The most plausible explanation is that Benigni, who had spent a decade as a journalist before entering Vatican service, had picked up the convention from the small Italian Catholic newspapers of the 1890s, which sometimes referred to political figures by feminine pseudonyms as a way of signaling that the writer was speaking conspiratorially. Whatever the reason, the convention stuck. In the Sodalitium Pianum's internal correspondence, every target was referred to by a feminine name. Every operative was referred to by a feminine name. And this is the part that I cannot, after weeks of reading about this, entirely process. Pope Pius X himself was referred to in the organization's files by a feminine name. Specifically, Lady Micheline, His Holiness Pope Pius X, servant of the servants of God, successor of Peter, Bishop of Rome. The man who, 3 years before this group was founded, had condemned modernism as the synthesis of all heresies. In the files of his own personal counterintelligence service, he was Lady Micheline. His Secretary of State, Cardinal Raphael Mary del Val, the second most senior cleric in the Catholic Church, the man who handled most of the day-to-day diplomatic correspondence of the Vatican, was, in the Sodalitium files, referred to as Miss Romy. I do not invent this. I am frankly not creative enough to invent this. The files exist. They were captured by the German army in 1915, when German troops occupying Belgium overran the office of one of Benigni's Belgian operatives, a priest in Ghent who had been keeping detailed records of his correspondence with Rome. The Germans, who initially had no idea what they had found, eventually handed the files to the Vatican in 1921 after the war, when the new Pope Benedict XV began to investigate what his predecessor had left behind. The Vatican's reaction when they actually read the files was, there is no other word for it, appalled. Cardinal Pietro Gasparri, the new Secretary of State under Benedict XV, described the Sodalitium Pianum in a private memorandum that has since been published as a kind of Freemasonry inside the church. It was, he meant, a secret society operating within a religious institution that was meant to be transparent in its hierarchy. It had used techniques borrowed from the very modernist secularism it claimed to be combating. It had, in spying on bishops, violated norms of clerical conduct that went back to the early medieval church. And it had, this is the part that I think is the most consequential, produced an institutional culture in which loyalty to the network was placed above loyalty to the visible church. Benedict XV ordered the Sodalitium Pianum, dissolved on November 25th, 1921. Its files were sealed. Its operatives were quietly reassigned. Some of them, by reliable subsequent reports, continued the work informally for at least another decade. Umberto Benigni, deprived of his Vatican patronage, eventually found employment as a confidential informer for the Italian fascist secret police in the late 1920s, a position for which his prior experience in clerical surveillance had presumably prepared him well. He died in 1934 in obscurity. Now, I want to give you one more detail about the Sodalitium Pianum, because it is the kind of detail that, once you encounter it, recontextualizes everything you thought you knew about the rest of the 20th century in the Catholic Church. One of the Sodalitium's surveillance targets, one of the priests who had been on Benigni's to-be-watched list, marked as a suspected modernist sympathizer because he had been observed defending striking workers in his parish, was a young Italian priest from Bergamo named Angelo Roncalli. Angelo Roncalli, 50 years later, would become Pope John the 23rd. The same Pope John the 23rd, whose appeal to the world on October 25, 1962, stopped the Cuban Missile Crisis. The same Pope John the 23rd, who would, in his last act before his death, write the encyclical Pacem in Terris. The same Pope John the 23rd, whose election would eventually lead to the Second Vatican Council, the most consequential reform of the Catholic Church in 400 years. In 1911, when Roncalli was 30 years old and teaching church history at the seminary in Bergamo, he was, in the files of an organization run with the personal blessing of Pope Pius X, a codenamed target of internal Vatican surveillance. I think there is a small lesson in there about the long-term reliability of institutional surveillance as a predictor of which clerics turn out, in the end, to be the right ones to lead. But I'm not going to extract the lesson for you. It is like most of the observations in this story, quietly amusing in retrospect and rather less amusing in the moment. But this kind of internal surveillance, the kind that gives a pope a feminine code name in his own files, the kind that targets a future pope as a modernist sympathizer, produces archives, vast archives, and those archives sometimes contain documents that have been waiting 700 years to surprise the world. In the spring of 2001, an Italian medieval historian named Barbara Frail was doing routine cataloging work in the Vatican Apostolic Archive. She was 31 years old. She had a doctorate in medieval history from the University of Venice. She had been hired on a 5-year contract to work through a backlog of uncatalogued papal correspondence from the late medieval period, material that had been stored in the archive for centuries but had never been properly indexed for scholarly use. She was working in a small storage room. The room was poorly lit. It contained approximately 10 linear meters of documents that had been moved, at some point in the 19th century, from a different repository into this storage area, and had then been forgotten about. The room was not climate-controlled. The documents were stored in cardboard boxes that, by 2001, had begun to deteriorate. She opened a box. She pulled out a parchment. She held it up to the small overhead light. She realized, after a moment, what she was looking at. She was looking at a document dated August 17th and 20th, 1308, in which Pope Clement V, the same Clement V who had presided over the suppression of the Knights Templar in 1312, secretly absolved the senior leadership of the Templar Order of all charges of heresy. Let me explain why this mattered. The Knights Templar had been founded in 1119 in Jerusalem in the immediate aftermath of the First Crusade. They had been, originally, a small military order whose purpose was the protection of Christian pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Within 50 years, they had become something rather more substantial. They had been granted, by successive popes, sweeping privileges, the right to operate independently of the local bishops, the right to collect their own tithes, the right to maintain fortified preceptories across Europe and the Levant. Their original mission had been protective. Their actual function, by the 13th century, had become financial. The Templars had invented, in effect, modern international banking. Here is how it worked. A pilgrim in London, preparing to travel to Jerusalem, could deposit a sum of money at the Templar preceptory in London. He would receive, in exchange, a written letter of credit. The letter could be presented at the Templar preceptory in Agca, on the Levantine coast, where the equivalent sum, minus a small commission, would be paid out in local currency. The pilgrim, in other words, could travel 2,000 miles across hostile territory without carrying any actual money. The Templars, meanwhile, were running a continent-spanning network of branches that handled tens of millions of medieval livres in annual transactions. By 1300, the Templars had become the principal lenders to the European monarchies. Edward I of England had borrowed from them. The papacy itself had borrowed from them. And most consequentially, the Capetian kings of France had borrowed from them. King Philip IV of France, in particular, by 1305, owed the Templars an enormous amount of money. Philip IV had a problem. He needed the money for his ongoing wars. He had no realistic prospect of repaying the Templars within the foreseeable future. And the Templars, as creditors, were in a position to apply enormous political pressure on him if he tried to default. He decided to solve the problem in the most direct way available to a medieval European monarch. He decided to destroy his creditors. On Friday, the 13th of October 1307, Philip IV executed what was, until that date, the most coordinated mass arrest in medieval European history. Sealed orders had been distributed weeks earlier to royal officials across France. The orders had been sealed under royal command. They were not to be opened until the morning of October 13th. At dawn, simultaneously, in every region of France where Templars maintained a presence, the orders were opened. Every Templar in the kingdom was arrested, including the Grand Master of the Order, Jacques de Molay, who had been visiting Paris on legitimate business. The arrests were so coordinated, so simultaneous, and so unexpected that the Templars, a military order of trained knights with their own fortifications, were captured almost without resistance. They had, in the moment of the orders being opened, no warning that the arrests were coming. This is the origin, in popular European folklore, of the superstition about Friday the 13th. Not because of the date itself, which was unlucky in some other folk traditions, but not particularly so, because of what happened on that particular Friday the 13th in 1307. The day the most powerful religious order in Europe was eliminated in a single morning by a king who needed its money to disappear. Now, the Pope at the time was Clement V. He was a French Pope. He had been elected in 1305 with significant French royal pressure. He had moved the papal court from Rome to Avignon in 1309, partly to accommodate French political demands. He was, by every contemporary account, profoundly under the influence of Philip IV. Clement was therefore in an impossible position. The arrests of the Templars had been carried out in clear violation of canon law. Templars, as a religious order, were subject only to the Pope's jurisdiction. King Philip had no legal authority to arrest them, much less to torture them. but Philip had done it anyway. And the political reality was that any attempt by the Pope to free them would have triggered a confrontation with the French crown that the Pope was in no position to win. Clement temporized. He protested. He convened committees. He asked for the prisoners to be released into papal custody. He was, on every front, denied. The torture continued. Confessions to heresy, to denial of Christ, to spitting on the cross, to obscene initiation rituals, to the worship of an idol called Baphomet, were extracted from Templars across France. Most of the confessions were almost certainly false. They had been obtained, in the standard medieval manner, through methods that any professional torturer would have agreed, produced confessions of whatever was demanded. In August of 1308, 10 months after the arrests, while most of the Templar leadership was still imprisoned in the dungeons of Chinon Castle in central France, a small commission of 3 cardinals, dispatched by Pope Clement V, traveled to Chinon. They examined the senior Templar prisoners, including Jacques de Molay. They listened to their statements. They assessed the conditions of their imprisonment. And they returned to the Pope with a report. The report concluded that the Templar leadership was innocent of the heretical charges that had been brought against them, that the confessions had been extracted under torture and were not theologically valid, that the Templar leadership should be formally absolved by the Pope of all heretical charges and restored to communion with the Catholic Church. Pope Clement V wrote out a parchment. He affirmed the cardinals' findings. He absolved Jacques de Molay and the Templar leadership of all charges of heresy. He signed the parchment with his personal seal, and he never published it. He sent it to the Vatican archives. He continued, in his public dealings with Philip IV, to participate in the trials. He convened the Council of Vienna in 1311 to address the future of the Templar order. He suppressed the order, formally, in March of 1312, not for heresy, but on what he carefully framed as administrative grounds, as a measure of expediency in light of the order's now irretrievable damaged reputation. On March 18, 1314, Jacques de Molay, who had been a prisoner for 6.5 years, and who had been formally absolved by the Pope of heresy 6 years earlier in a document he never knew existed, was burned at the stake on the small island in the Seine called the Îles aux Juifs. He was 69 years old. According to the chroniclers, he died slowly, repeatedly proclaiming the innocence of the order and cursing both Philip IV and Clement V to face God's judgment within a year. Clement V died on April 20th, 1314, 33 days later, of an obscure illness involving severe stomach pain and diarrhea. He was 60. Philip IV died on November 29th, 1314, of a stroke suffered while hunting wild boar near Fontainebleau. He was 46. The royal house of Capet, the French dynasty that had ruled, in unbroken male line succession, since 987, produced no surviving male heirs in any of Philip IV's 3 sons over the next 14 years. By 1328, the dynasty had ended. The throne passed to a cousin from a different branch. The House of Valois replaced the House of Capet. The medieval French royal family, after 340 years on the throne, was extinct. The Templar parchment that Clement V had signed in 1308, the one absolving Jacques de Molay of heresy, the one that had been quietly filed in the Vatican archives and then, somewhere in the next 3 centuries, misfiled into a different storage location and eventually forgotten, sat in a cardboard box in an obscure storage room in the Vatican Apostolic Archive for the next 693 years. until Barbara Frail opened the box in the spring of 2001 and held the parchment up to the light. The Vatican formally published the document, known as the Chinon Parchment, on October 12, 2007. They issued a luxury edition with a print run of 799 numbered copies, sold to scholarly libraries and Vatican-affiliated institutions for considerable sums. The official Vatican statement accompanying the publication did not apologize for the 700 years of silence. The statement simply observed that the document had been recovered and that historians would now have access to the full text. Now, I think this is the deepest thing this whole story has to tell us, and I want to spend a moment on it before we move on. The Vatican never published a denial of the Templar charges, never destroyed the Templar archive, never lied about what it had. The Vatican simply filed the proof of the Templars' innocence in its own archives and waited. It waited until everyone who would have been embarrassed was dead. Philip IV had to die, his sons had to die, the House of Capet had to end. The political reasons for keeping the Templar exoneration quiet had to evaporate. And then, when no living person had a stake in the outcome, the parchment could be opened by an Italian historian in a cardboard box in a poorly lit storage room, 700 years later. That is how the entity has handled inconvenient truth for 500 years. They do not deny, they do not destroy, they simply postpone, until the postponement is so old that it becomes history. I think this is the deepest and most uncomfortable observation I have for you tonight, because it is not just an observation about the Vatican. It is an observation about every institution that thinks in centuries. The way to handle an inconvenient truth, if you are an institution that intends to outlast the people who would be embarrassed by it, is not to lie. Lying is a tactic for institutions that have a 5-year planning horizon. The way to handle it, if you have a 500-year planning horizon, is to file, to wait. To trust that time, eventually, will dissolve the embarrassment without your having to do anything at all. Now we are nearly at the end. 2 more stories, and both of them are about something the entity has always done quietly: money. Because in 1683, the Vatican wired the equivalent of millions of dollars to fund the largest cavalry charge in human history. Vienna, the summer of 1683. The city is under siege. The Ottoman army, under the command of the Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha, has surrounded it with approximately 150,000 soldiers, 80 heavy cannons, and a complete commitment to taking the city before the Christian forces of Central Europe can mount a relief. If Vienna falls, the road to the heart of Christian Europe lies open. The Habsburg Empire, the principal Catholic power on the continent, will be reduced to a defensive crouch around Prague. The Holy Roman Empire will, by every realistic measure, cease to function as a coherent military entity. The Ottoman expansion that has been pushing slowly westward for 250 years, that has taken Constantinople in 1453, that has taken Belgrade in 1521, that has briefly reached the gates of Vienna once already in 1529, will, in this second attempt, probably succeed. The Pope, in 1683, is Innocent XI, Benedetto Odescalchi. He is 68 years old. He is a Lombard banker by background. He had managed significant financial assets for the Odescalchi family business in Como before he had entered the church, and he is, by every standard of his era, the most financially literate pope of the 17th century. He understands credit markets. He understands the velocity of capital. He understands what a coordinated international financial operation can accomplish that no army can. In the spring of 1683, as the Ottoman army marches toward Vienna, Innocent XI begins, quietly, the most elaborate diplomatic and financial operation of his pontificate. The military problem is straightforward. The defending Habsburg forces inside Vienna are vastly outnumbered. Emperor Leopold I has fled the city to Passau. The relief of Vienna, if it is going to happen, must come from outside Austria. Specifically, it must come from Poland, which is, in 1683, the only Catholic kingdom in Eastern Europe with a standing cavalry force capable of breaking an Ottoman siege. The Polish king is Jan III Sobieski. He is 53 years old. He has spent his entire military career fighting the Tatars and the Ottomans on the Polish frontier. He is, by 1683, the most experienced anti-Ottoman commander alive. He has the cavalry. He has the will. He has the political authority to mobilize the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's full military capacity. What he does not have is money. The Polish state treasury, by the spring of 1683, is in catastrophic disarray. Decades of inconclusive border wars have drained it. The Polish szlachta, the nobility, are unwilling to fund a campaign in Austria with their own private capital because they correctly assess that the political benefits of a successful relief of Vienna will accrue primarily to the Habsburgs rather than to themselves. The Polish king cannot move his army into Austria without funding, and the funding in the spring of 1683 simply does not exist. That is when the Vatican wires the money. On March 31st, 1683, by the terms of the Treaty of Warsaw, negotiated by papal legate Cardinal Carlo Pio di Savoia in conjunction with Pope Innocent XI's personal financial advisors, the Vatican transferred 200,000 imperial thalers directly to King Jan III Sobieski's military treasury. The funds were drawn from the Apostolic Camera, the Pope's personal financial reserve. They were transferred through a network of Catholic banking houses in Augsburg and Venice. They reached Sobieski's treasury within weeks. 200,000 imperial thalers in 1683 was a substantial sum. By the standards of Polish military finance of the era, it was sufficient to mobilize approximately 20,000 cavalry for a 6-month campaign. Sobieski mobilized. When the cost of the campaign exceeded what the original transfer could support, as it inevitably did, because military operations always cost more than the initial estimates, Innocent XI authorized further transfers. By the time the campaign was complete, the Pope had wired more than 1.5 million florins to Poland. By the standards of 1683 currency, this was the equivalent of, conservatively, several hundred million modern dollars. It was the largest single foreign military subsidy in the history of the papacy to that date. On the morning of September 11th, 1683, Sobieski's army crossed the Vienna woods. They had marched at extraordinary speed from Krakow. They had passed through Silesia and Bohemia. They had united with Habsburg, German, and other Polish forces under Sobieski's overall command. They had reached the heights of the Kahlenberg, the wooded ridge that rises immediately northwest of Vienna, by the evening of September 11th. On the morning of September 12th, 1683, Sobieski did the most consequential thing of his career. He charged. The Polish-Lithuanian winged hussars, the heavy cavalry that constituted the elite of the Polish army, formed up at the top of the Kahlenberg in the early afternoon. They were perhaps 20,000 men. They wore steel breastplates. They carried lances. And they had, attached to their backs by tall wooden frames, the famous Polish hussar wings, large constructions of ostrich and eagle feathers that, when the cavalry moved at speed, produced a particular high-frequency rattle that Ottoman soldiers, in subsequent accounts, described as the sound of approaching demon. The hussars charged down the Kahlenberg at approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the largest cavalry charge in human history. 20,000 horsemen, in a single coordinated formation, descending 2,000 feet of slope at gallop into the rear of the Ottoman position. The Ottoman line collapsed within an hour. By sunset, the siege was broken. By midnight, the Ottoman army was in full retreat toward the Hungarian border. Kara Mustafa Pasha, who had commanded the failed siege, was strangled with a silken cord on the orders of the Sultan in Belgrade in December, the standard Ottoman penalty for catastrophic military failure. The Battle of Vienna ended Ottoman expansion into Central Europe permanently. The Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699, 16 years later, confirmed the new Christian Ottoman frontier along the Danube basin, where it would remain, with minor adjustments, until the 20th century. Now, I want to give you the small detail that I have always thought captures the relationship between Innocent XI and the operation he had funded. Because Innocent XI did not, in the months after the relief of Vienna, claim military credit for the victory. He did not commission paintings of himself directing the campaign. He did not, in his subsequent encyclicals, refer to the battle as evidence of papal leadership. What he did, in October of 1683, was extend the feast of the Holy Name of Mary throughout the Universal Catholic Church. The Feast of the Holy Name had previously been a small regional observance, celebrated in certain Spanish dioceses. Innocent XI made it a feast of the universal calendar, and he set its date as September 12th, the day of the relief of Vienna. The Vatican-financed defeat of the Ottoman army at Vienna is, today, observed every September 12th in every Catholic parish in the world. It is observed not as a military victory, but as a feast of devotion to the Virgin Mary. The military reality is, in the official liturgical record, almost entirely invisible. But the date that is set in stone on the calendar, is the date when 20,000 Polish hussars rode down the Kahlenberg with the Pope's money in their saddlebags. That is what an institution that thinks in centuries does with its victories. It does not commemorate them as victories. It folds them into the liturgical year. It makes them ordinary. It makes them, in the most literal sense, devotional. So that, 400 years later, every Catholic in the world is, for one day a year, quietly celebrating the moment that the Vatican's balance sheet broke an empire. And so, 5 centuries of operations. From Lepanto to Vienna, from the beer barrels at Chartley to the bricks in Calvi's pockets, from Mary Stuart's beheading to John Paul II's forgiveness, from the X-report to the printing presses smuggled across Czechoslovakia, from the spy hole above Pius VII's bed to the bullet in the crown of Our Lady of Fatima, from a code-named Pope called Lady Micheline to a parchment that waited 700 years in a cardboard box. All of it converges in a single building, a single archive, behind a single set of doors that the Vatican only opened to outside scholars in 1881. Until October of 2019, the official name of the Vatican's Central Archive was the Times Archivum Secretum Vaticanum, translated, for centuries, into English as the Vatican's Secret Archives. The translation was, on a strict philological reading, misleading. The Latin word times secretum, in its medieval ecclesiastical usage, did not principally mean classified or concealed. It meant private to the Pope. It meant personal. It meant the Pope's own working files, as opposed to the public registers of the Curia. In October of 2019, Pope Francis renamed the archive. He gave it a new official designation, the Apostolic Archive. The renaming was, in part, a small attempt to address the centuries of speculation that the word secret in the title had attracted. There are no UFO files in the Apostolic Archive. There are no records of the Vatican's contact with extraterrestrial life. There are no parchments specifying the date of the Second Coming. There are simply, the new name suggested, 12 centuries of administrative documents belonging to an institution that has, throughout that period, generated and preserved a remarkable quantity of paper. How much paper? Approximately 53 miles of shelving, 12 centuries of documents, material going back to the Carolingian era, with substantial holdings from every century since. A few of the items in the archive, just to give you a sense of what is there. There is a 1,530 letter from King Henry VIII of England, signed by Henry and by 81 of his most senior nobles, demanding that Pope Clement VII grant Henry's annulment from Catherine of Aragon. The letter is itself an extraordinary diplomatic document, but its physical form is what makes it remarkable. Each of the 81 signatures is accompanied by an attached wax seal, the personal seals of every English noble who signed the petition. The seals are still attached to the original parchment. They hang from it on cords. They have, in the descriptions of the small number of scholars who have been permitted to handle the document, the disconcerting property of rattling like a wind chime when the parchment is moved. 81 wax seals, 495 years old, attached to a letter the Pope said no to. An English king founded a new church the next year. The world changed. There are the trial records of Galileo Galilei, the complete dossier from 1633, the interrogations, the retractions, the testimony of the witnesses. The full text of Galileo's formal abjuration, signed in his own hand on June 22nd, 1633, in which he agreed to abjure, curse, and detest the Copernican heliocentric model. The text of the abjuration is, by every account that has been written about it, painful to read. It is the document of a brilliant old man being made to recant publicly what he privately knew to be true. There are Mary, Queen of Scots' personal letters to Pope Sixtus V, written from her various house arrest residences in the years before her execution, begging him to intervene with Elizabeth I on her behalf. The letters reveal a woman who, despite being a queen of two kingdoms, had limited grasp of the political realities of her situation. They are, in the cold light of subsequent events, almost unbearably hopeful. There is the original 1521 papal bull excommunicating Martin Luther. There is correspondence between Pope Innocent IV and Guyuk Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan, dating from 1246. Guyuk's reply, preserved in the original Mongol script with a Latin translation done by Vatican translators in the 13th century, is one of the most extraordinary pieces of medieval international correspondence in any archive in the world. It is a polite, formal, very firm refusal of the Pope's request that the Mongol Empire convert to Catholicism. There is the Chinon parchment. There are the Holy Office's interrogation records from the Inquisition, going back to the Roman Inquisition's foundation in 1542. Volume after volume after volume of testimony, the records of who was questioned, by whom, on what charges, with what outcome. The archive was not open to outside scholars at all, in any meaningful way, until 1881. Pope Leo XIII, a politically modernizing pope by the standards of the late 19th century, issued a decree that year permitting credentialed scholars limited access for academic research. The opening was incremental. It expanded slowly. The archives covering the papacy of Pope Pius XI, who reigned from 1922 to 1939, the papacy that immediately preceded the Second World War, were not open to outside researchers until March of 2020. The archives covering the papacy of Pope Pius XII, who reigned through the war, were opened only weeks earlier by a decree of Pope Francis. Historians are still, in 2026, working through the material. The first generation of scholarly works, based on the Pius XII archives, are only now beginning to appear. What the archive is, in the deepest sense, is the institutional memory of an organization that has decided, throughout its existence, to remember everything, to file everything, to preserve everything, even, perhaps, especially, the things that are most embarrassing, even, perhaps especially, the things that, if they were ever published, would damage the institution's reputation, because the institution that thinks in centuries understands something that the institutions that think in election cycles do not. It understands that the institutional record, properly preserved, eventually becomes a strategic asset, not in the moment, not in the next decade, sometimes not for 700 years, but eventually. The Templar exoneration sat in a box for 700 years. Then a young Italian historian opened the box. And the Vatican, having been right all along about the Templars, was finally able to demonstrate that it had been right all along, without ever having said so at the time, without ever having defended the Templars at the cost of an open conflict with Philip IV. That is the deepest move in the entity's playbook, and we are not, even now, finished watching it work. Tonight I have told you 14 stories. We began with a body on a bridge. We ended with an archive of 53 miles of shelving. In between, we walked through the founding of the world's first continuous intelligence agency, the black-painted Ottoman ships at Lepanto, the Pope who plotted to kill Hitler from his private library, an Irish priest who saved 6,500 lives from inside Vatican City, while an SS commander painted a literal white line on the cobblestones outside, with standing orders to shoot him on sight. The same Vatican, 3 years later, helping Adolf Eichmann walk out of Europe through the front door, a queen condemned to death by a beer barrel, an emperor who drilled a spy hole above a pope's bed, a dying old man, awake past midnight in October of 1962, drafting in French the message that prevented the end of the world, a son-in-law who bought printing presses out of pocket and shipped them to the Vatican, a bullet in the crown of a statue in Portugal, a pope who walked into a prison cell and forgave the man who had nearly killed him, a spy ring that gave the pope a feminine code name in his own files, and a parchment that waited 700 years in a cardboard box. You have, by now, the broad pattern. Every empire in modern history has tried, at one point or another, to compete with the entity. Every empire has lost. Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, Napoleon's France, the Ottoman Empire, the British Empire, in the contested ground of the Reformation. The Soviet Union, in the contested ground of the Cold War. Every one of them is gone. The institution that never officially admitted it had a spy service is the one that is still operating. I want to leave you with one observation and then a question. The observation is this: the most powerful institutions on earth are not the ones with the most money. They are not the ones with the largest armies. They are not even the ones with the best technology. They are the ones that have decided, very early in their existence, who gets to know what and when. The ones that have built information architectures meant to outlast the people who built them. The ones that understand that vengeance produces martyrs, but forgiveness produces obligations. The ones that file the inconvenient truth in a cardboard box and wait, sometimes for 700 years, until everyone who would have been embarrassed is dead. The question is this: Now that you know what to look for, now that you have spent an evening watching one of the few institutions on Earth that thinks in centuries, what is your institution willing to do to know first? Your company, your government, your industry, your church, if you have one, your professional community. The next time you encounter an institution that you cannot quite figure out, the one whose decisions seem opaque, the one whose hierarchy seems arranged for reasons that nobody quite explains, the one whose archives you would not be permitted to read, ask yourself a single question. How long does this thing intend to live? Because the answer to that one question changes everything. If the answer is 5 years, you are looking at a quarterly earnings institution. It will lie, it will react, it will optimize for the moment. It will, eventually, fall apart. If the answer is 50 years, you are looking at a long-cycle institution. It will plan, it will hedge, it will preserve its options, it will outlast its current management. If the answer is 500 years, you are looking at something quite different. You are looking at an institution that does not need to lie, because lies are short-cycle tools. You are looking at an institution that does not need to react, because reaction is for the impatient. You are looking at something that does, very quietly, what the Vatican has done for nearly 5 centuries. It files, and it waits, and when the moment comes, the moment when no one alive will be embarrassed by the truth, it opens the box. That is the secret advantage you have, now, that most people will never have, not because you read a book, not because you took a class, but because you spent one evening with Mr. Calder, learning to see a particular kind of pattern that has been operating in plain sight behind every major event of the last 5 centuries. I hope the next time you see it, you will recognize it. And tonight, somewhere in Rome, a courier is moving across the cobblestones. He is hooded. He is anonymous. He is carrying something that will be filed in the morning, in an archive that will not be opened for at least another century. He is doing exactly the same job as the courier who carried news of Lepanto to Pope Pius V in October of 1571. The same job, the same destination, just a different century. The entity is still operating tonight. It will be operating tomorrow. It will, by every reasonable historical projection, be operating long after every government we currently take seriously has ceased to exist. That is the story. That is what I wanted you to know. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I link them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, midnight magnates, and wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.